Chapter 2186. The cities in the blood prison were not as fragile as they were in the outside world. With the strength of a mythical expert, they could even destroy a world. But it was different in the blood prison. Even an expert at the peak of the myth realm would find it very difficult to break a fortress. Even if many myth realm experts gathered together, they would only be able to form a fortress. As for forming a city, it would only be possible if there were experts at the Tao confirming level presiding over it. Otherwise, if so many warriors gathered in a city without a super expert presiding over it, it would only become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the top experts of the evil path, devil path, and blood demon clan. Moreover, if one was not a Tao confirming expert, it would be impossible for so many mythical experts to follow him wholeheartedly. Although the peak mythical expert and the Tao confirming expert were only one realm apart, the status and strength of the two were worlds apart. Out of hundreds of experts at the peak mythical expert, there might not be one who could truly prove the Tao, and out of hundreds of experts at the peak mythical expert, there might not be one who could cultivate to the 9th level of the Paong realm. It could be imagined that these Tao confirming experts were almost 1 in 10,000 among the mythical experts. In order to take down a city, the first thing one had to do was to defeat the Tao confirmation experts guarding the city. Only then would it be possible, although the others did not dare to agree. After all, the matters of the Tao confirming experts were not something they could speculate about. Their strength was also not something they could easily guess. At this time, they nodded one after another, not daring to anger young Master Yang. They all knew very well that although young Master Yang was only one of the hundreds of children of that powerful existence, he was also one of the most valued children. It was quite possible for him to prove the Tao in the future. That's right, that's right. Everyone nodded and praised. On the surface, there was no sign of disagreement. Young Master Yang just nodded proudly and said, "Your flying cloud castle has been struggling to conquer such a small sky-bearing castle. How can I believe that you have the ability to do things for me in the future?" These people turned out to be experts of the flying cloud castle, and the middle-aged man in green was the great elder of the flying cloud castle. A hint of displeasure flashed across the great elder's face. He was already so old. Yet he still had to be lectured by a junior who was tens of thousands of years younger than him. Given his pride, it was only natural that he felt extremely displeased. However, this displeasure only lasted for a moment, and he didn't dare continue to show it. Even though he didn't care about this young Master Yang, he couldn't ignore the extremely terrifying existence standing behind him. That existence could probably kill him with a single finger. Yes, it's mainly because the great elder of the sky-bearing fortress is quite difficult to deal with. Moreover, there's also the 9th elder. His origin is unknown, but he's very powerful. We can't do anything about it. The great elder of the flying cloud fortress said helplessly. This was also the truth. If that was not the case, he would have been equivalent to the castle lord of the flying cloud castle. He would have enjoyed such a position. So why did he choose to rely on this young Master Yang? It was because he was keenly aware that Yi Shiwen's arrival would bring a great change to the status of the flying cloud fortress and the sky-bearing fortress. In the face of a truly tyrannical expert, numbers were meaningless. For example, he had the 8th Division celestial flag in his hand. Even if he encountered all the main forces of the sky-bearing fortress and so many experts at the peak of the myth realm, he could still escape with ease. It was nothing at all. Moreover, Yi Shiwen also possessed the strength to contend with him with the 8th Division celestial flag. This was the most important thing. In this case, there were too many uncertain factors. Perhaps he would never have imagined that the current Yi Shiwen he had estimated was the Yi Shiwen from 2 years ago. Compared to 2 years ago, the current Yi Shiwen's strength had improved tremendously. A scholar who had been away for 3 days must be looked at in a different light. Moreover, 2 years had already passed. According to his understanding, such a situation did not exist. His strength was already at the limit of the peak of the myth realm. How could Yi Shiwen grow stronger than him? Even if it was not the limit, it was impossible to improve to such a level in 2 years. That was illogical. You've already tricked the great elder out and killed him. As for the 9th elder, it doesn't matter. Didn't you send 5 experts over? It would be too shameful if 5 people couldn't even kill one of them. Besides, if it really doesn't work, I can do it myself. However, I won't leave the Bloodstone mine for you. I'm going to take it all away. Young Master Yang obviously did not care about these things. For him, all of this was not difficult at all. He was the true son of God. Who could compete with him? Even the great elder of the Flying Cloud Fortress, who was known to be at the peak of the myth realm, was nothing in his eyes. It was just a case of a monkey claiming to be the king when there was no tiger in the mountain. As for the 9th elder of the Sky Fortress, it did not matter where he came from or where he came from. He would just kill him. He waved the flute in his hand. This was not an ordinary flute. It was a god artifact with a defect. It could use demonic music to control these blood demons. It was not easy for him to borrow it from his father. This kind of defective divine artifact was very rare. If it had not been for a coincidence, even a powerful existence like his father would not have been able to have such a defective divine artifact. Who is that? All of a sudden, he saw a figure leaping into the midst of countless blood demons without him noticing. His entire person was like a thunderstorm. Wherever he passed by, countless blood demons would be minced into pieces on the spot. Then they would turn into a sky full of bloody aura and be absorbed by him. That terrifying existence was like an incomparably powerful ancient chariot, crushing everything in its path. Only death awaited those who tried to block its path. This was only a way out. As he said this, the experts of the Flying Cloud Fortress were also stunned. They all spoke one after another. Who the hell is this person? This is too terrifying. Although many of these blood demons are not even at the mythical level, there are so many of them that they are enough to drown a peak mythical expert. Yet he doesn't care and just kills them all. Look, he's fighting a blood demon at the peak of the myth realm. Just how strong is he? The mythical experts of the Flying Cloud Fortress saw that man, who looked like an extremely powerful god of war, attacked. A great battle broke out instantly, and the sky was torn apart by the airflow created by the battle between the two sides. That man was Yi Shiwen. His entire body was protected by countless wind and thunder powers. No attack could break through the barrier of his wind and thunder powers. However, because of this, his spiritual ether was being consumed at an alarming rate. However, he continued to beat up those blood demons and used the heart of the blood world to refine the blood chi of those blood demons. Then he used the cultivation conversion grand technique to absorb the blood chi and constantly replenish his real essence. Wherever he went, he was invincible. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about running out of real essence. As long as he continued to kill, his real essence would never run out. He knew very well that there were too many blood demons. Even if he wanted to kill them all, it would be impossible. There was simply no end to them. However, he still had another way, and that was to kill all the blood demons at the peak of the mythical level. Although there were many blood demons at the peak of the mythical level, there are still far fewer of them compared to the endless blood demon army. He was practically invincible. The blood demons kept attacking him, trying to stop him from advancing, but it was useless. They were no match for him at all. However, he was also annoyed by the blood demons. He finally understood why Sky Towering Castle, which had so many experts at the peak of the mythical realm guarding it, would turn pale when the blood demons were mentioned. Even the weakest among them was at the mythical realm. Not everybody was as strong as him and could not care less when faced with the blood demons. Most people, even if they were experts at the peak of the myth realm, could only flee in panic when faced with a tide of blood demons of such a scale, not daring to go forward. Because of this, be it the sky-bearing fortress or the flying cloud fortress, they were dumbfounded when they saw him rush in and kill all the blood demons. They were completely dumbfounded. There was actually someone who could do this. What was even more terrifying was that he could reach such a level when he was not even at the peak of the mythical level. The blood demon at the peak of the mythical level had already discovered Yi Shiwen's existence. When it saw that its subordinates could not stop Yi Shiwen, it decided to attack directly. Its huge body that was thousands of feet tall was as fast as lightning. Its sharp claws suddenly slashed down, and a terrifying roar burst out from its mouth. Yi Shiwen's body did not move. His hands directly glowed with golden light, and he suddenly met the huge sharp claws. Bang! The claws, one big and one small, collided in the void. A terrifying force directly surged out, forming a huge wave that rolled out in all directions. The blood demons who could not dodge in time screamed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even the aftermath of the battle between these two terrifying existences could destroy them. This was the so-called fight between immortals, and mortals suffered. Suddenly, the blood demon at the peak of the mythical level kept roaring. Endless blood-colored flames burned on its sharp claws, burning directly towards Yi Shiwen through the air. A hint of a smile appeared in Yi Shiwen's eyes, and he slowly said, "There's no time. I won't play with you anymore. I'll finish you off with one move." Chapter 2187. As he spoke, Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and formed a powerful suction force. The blood-colored flame was swallowed by him. The blood-colored flame was constantly wreaking havoc in his body. However, it only lasted for a moment before it was suppressed by the Nanming mythical fire that emerged from his body. It even swallowed and assimilated the flame, making his Nanming mythical fire even more powerful. The Nanming mythical fire was a famous, mutated flame in the world. Yi Shiwen could even endure the Nanming mythical fire and even nurture it. What more the mere blood-colored flame? It was nothing. Then Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and the power of the mortal world was formed. It spread out from his fist intention, and vaguely evolved into a world of mortals. The surging mortal world was the most powerful force in the world. The deepest mystery of the human Tao fist was contained in the surging mortal world. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist force soared into the sky. The dazzling golden light covered all the colors in the world. It was as if the sun had exploded in the sky. Everyone was blinded all of a sudden. Yi Shiwen's human Tao fist blasted forward and instantly blasted towards the blood demon at the peak of the mythical realm. At this moment, many blood demons seemed to have gone mad and rushed forward in a frenzy. In an instant, all of them were suppressed to death by Yi Shiwen's fist force. There were no accidents. His fist force did not lose momentum and directly blasted towards the blood demon at the peak of the mythical realm. Bang! The blood demon at the peak of the mythical realm was blasted to death by his fist without any suspense. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Yi Shiwen had completely integrated 3 martial arts incarnations. In the past 2 years, the saber arts incarnation that he had condensed had also been integrated. Coupled with the 5 Emperor's battle armor, he was already in his strongest state at this moment. He was invincible and unstoppable. In ordinary battles, he would not choose to activate the 3 martial arts incarnations because it would consume too much energy. The 3 martial arts incarnations were constantly consuming energy. After activating the 3 martial arts incarnations at the same time, his strength would increase exponentially. However, at the same time, the consumption would also increase exponentially. He could not fight in this state for too long. Therefore, he would not stop fighting. He could not stop for even a moment. Once he stopped, his consumption would exceed his replenishment. After killing this mythical peak blood demon, Yi Shiwen absorbed all the blood essence in its body, replenishing the consumption of activating the 3 martial arts incarnations at the same time. Sure enough, after he killed the blood demon at the mythical peak, the nearby blood demons screamed and fled. They weren't stupid and couldn't see how powerful Yishuin was. They were just suppressed by the blood demon at the mythical peak. High-level blood demons were born to suppress low-level blood demons. They had witnessed Yi Shiwen's terror with their own eyes. It could be said that he was invincible. No one was his opponent. Flying Cloud Castle, young Master Yang, and the others had witnessed Yi Shiwen beheading this blood demon expert who was at the peak of the myth realm. He's so strong. A blood demon at the peak of the myth realm couldn't even take a punch from him and was killed. We should have heard of such great power, but why haven't we? Someone said, puzzled. Could he be the rumored new ninth elder of the sky-bearing castle? Only the ninth elder could possibly be him. That's right. He must be the ninth elder. Otherwise, it's impossible that we didn't get any information about a master like Hyang. He's so powerful. No wonder Old 7 and Old 8 were defeated by him. He does have such strength. Damn it, he's trying to ruin our plan. Many people couldn't help but roar. The soaring cloud fortress was putting everything on the line this time. They wanted to get rid of the sky-bearing fortress, their greatest threat. Among the nearby fortresses, they were the closest to each other. Because of this, the competition between the two sides was also very intense. It was true that the sky-bearing castle was no match for them. They had been suppressed by them for years. But at the same time, the sky-bearing castle had restrained more than half of their strength. They couldn't completely free up their hands to expand outwards. Therefore, this time, they had already made up their mind to eradicate this evil neighbor. Who knew that such a guy would appear? Damn it, we can't let him continue like this. Otherwise, our plan will all be ruined, someone exclaimed. However, there was nothing they could do. Yi Shiwen was too strong. He could be said to be invincible. Even the blood demon army couldn't stop him, let alone them. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all. After killing a blood demon at the peak of the myth realm, he directly pounced on the next blood demon at the peak of the myth realm. Everyone's expression changed. This was the biggest weakness of the blood demon tide. As long as the leader of the blood demon tide was killed, the other blood demons would naturally collapse. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. However, it turned out that it was not a weakness, because nobody had ever been able to take the head of a general in a tide of blood demons, and it was just an army of 10,000. The infinite blood demons were so numerous that even the soldiers themselves felt that their blood was freezing, not to mention the enemy. Now that such a person had appeared, this flaw that was not a weakness was suddenly magnified. Although there were still a lot of blood demons at the peak of the myth realm, they couldn't withstand such a slaughter. If Yi Shiwen killed a blood demon at the peak of the myth realm with a punch, how long could the remaining blood demons last? How were they supposed to play? They couldn't play happily at all. Seeing Yi Shiwen advancing all the way to the front of another blood demon at the peak of the myth realm, the great elder of the Flying Cloud Fortress couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and scolded, "I'll deal with him. I can't let him ruin our plan. The sky-bearing fortress can't hold on much longer. It won't be long before the sky-bearing fortress is completely destroyed and become a name in history. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll kill them." As he spoke, his entire body flew out in an instant, disappearing into the crowd of blood demons in an instant. Young Master Yang just watched proudly. He didn't have the slightest intention to move, as if these battles couldn't affect him at all. Yi Shiwen unleashed his invincible might and attacked another blood demon at the peak of the myth realm. It went smoothly as usual. Those ordinary blood demons couldn't even break through his defense. They screamed and exploded into blood chi, which was absorbed by him. World-shattering saber. He immediately grabbed the emergent's immortal exterminating saber and slashed downwards. A terrifying force pierced through the sky and swept across. That blood demon at the peak of the myth realm didn't even have time to react before he was killed by Yi Shiwen's saber. He didn't even have time to show his strength. In the sky-bearing fortress, everyone was a little desperate. However, when they saw how powerful Yi Shiwen was, they regained their confidence. If they could survive, why would they want to die? Jin Buhuan watched as Yi Shiwen killed another blood demon at the peak of the myth realm. He had already killed several blood demons at the peak of the myth realm. It was as if these powerful blood demons at the peak of the myth realm who could summon the wind and summon the rain were like pieces of paper in front of him. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a ridiculous thing if someone else had told him about it. They had made the decision to make Yi Shiwen the castle lord in a moment of desperation because they had no other choice. But now, they had completely surrendered to Yi Shiwen's strength. The benefits of having such a tyrannical expert as their personal guard were self-evident. Yi Shiwen had just beheaded this blood demon at the peak of the myth realm, and had just absorbed the blood essence and transformed it into real elemental energy when the void suddenly shook. The violent fluctuations were like the surface of the water, and they suddenly began to tremble. Whoosh! At this moment, the sky was torn apart like a scroll. Immediately after, a stream of chaotic qi turned into a sword qi and blasted down. It wanted to kill Yi Shiwen at the most critical moment. Bang! This sword qi blasted directly on Yi Shiwen's body and blasted on the 5 Emperor's battle armor on his body. It shook him and made him take a few steps back. However, it didn't hurt him. Which scoundrel are you? Show yourself. Yi Shiwen didn't wait for his footing to stabilize and directly attacked. Soul-crushing blood claw. 5 incomparably huge cracks were torn open. They grew bigger and bigger, instantly tearing the space apart. The chaotic sword qi was also directly crushed, revealing the figure of the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle. He held the 8 tribes' celestial flag in his hand and waved it directly. Hundreds of streams of chaotic qi were directly waved by him. They turned into sword qi and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. This is the 8 tribes' celestial flag. Are you the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle? As expected, this matter has something to do with your Flying Cloud Castle. Yi Shiwen's eyesight was so good that he figured everything out almost instantly. He also guessed the identity of the person in front of him. This person should be the great elder who controlled the entire Flying Cloud Castle. It was said that the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle was truly at the peak of the mythical realm. He was only half a step away from proving his Tao. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't easily come out. He would always be in a state of closed-door training to comprehend the supreme path and prove his Tao. It seemed that he was indeed very powerful. They were both 8 tribes' celestial flag. However, the power of the 8 tribes' celestial flag in the hands of the Flying Cloud Castle's 8th elder and Yi Shiwen's 8th elder were worlds apart. The power could even be said to be incomparable. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He directly grabbed it with his big hand. Ha 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 ha! I've searched far and wide, only to find it by chance. I was just thinking about how to deal with the mastermind behind this blood demon tide, and you popped up. If you don't want to die, tell me what you've done. Chapter 2188. When the hundreds of sword qi of chaos touched Yi Shiwen's hand, they directly blasted into the divinity on the surface of his palm, creating a series of clanging sounds. However, they could not break through his defense. How is this possible? His body has such a strong defense. The great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle was horrified when he saw this. He was very clear about the power of his sword qi of chaos. Moreover, it was released with the help of the 8 Division celestial flag. If an ordinary cultivator at the 9th heaven of Paong realm was hit by it, he would be seriously injured on the spot. Judging from Yi Shiwen's performance, he naturally would not have such a foolish idea. However, he did not even manage to break through Yi Shiwen's defense, which was completely beyond his expectations. Yi Shiwen directly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The sword Qi of Chaos that was still raging in his hand was directly crushed by him. With a loud bang, it turned into energy all over the sky. However, it could not hurt Yishuin at all. He looked at the great elder of the flying cloud castle. The power of the sword Qi of Chaos was indeed good. If it were 2 years ago, he would definitely use the demon beckoning banner to resist it. However, his current strength was far from what it was 2 years ago. It was almost like he had improved several times. He could almost resist it with his bare hands. It was already very difficult for the sword Qi of Chaos to break through his defense. You'd better surrender obediently. Tell me honestly what method you've used to command these blood demons to act as your vanguard. Yishuin suddenly rushed to the front of the great elder of the flying cloud castle with a schwa sound. Damn human, you underestimate me too much. Yishuin directly rushed over to kill him. It was obvious that he did not take him seriously. He did not even care what kind of reaction he would have. He was immediately enraged. This was a great humiliation. He let out a long roar, and the 8-divisional celestial banner in his hand suddenly swept out. Countless streams of chaotic Qi spread out from it, turning into chaotic Qi that filled the sky and directly spread out. Then, these Qi of Chaos condensed in the sky and turned into an incomparably huge sword Qi of Chaos. It directly blasted down towards Yishuin. This sword Qi of Chaos itself was condensed from many sword Qi of Chaos. In terms of power, it was unknown how much more tyrannical it was than those scattered sword Qi of Chaos. He was determined to kill Yishuin. The power of chaos eternal. He roared, wanting to thoroughly defeat Yishuin. Yishuin wasn't afraid in the face of the chaotic Qi that was sweeping across the sky. He flipped his palm, and a seal appeared on his palm. It was the Han seal. His palm directly covered it, and it was as if a mountain had rolled over and crashed down. He used the mountain-quaking seal to resist the chaotic sword Qi. Boom! The incomparably huge, chaotic sword Qi directly blasted into the Han seal, shattering inch by inch. It was simply unable to withstand the might of the Han seal. Now, Yishuin had already cultivated the overturning sky seal to the most perfect level. This was a complete god-level martial technique. Compared to this martial technique, adjudication claw was nothing. Yishuin's strength was even stronger when he used the overturning sky seal than when he used the adjudication claw. What? How is that possible? Even an elite at the peak of the myth realm would be instantly injured or even killed if they don't defend against it. The great elder of the flying cloud castle was a little panicked at this time. He was confident that he could at least contend against Yishuin, but now, the great elder of the flying cloud castle was panicking. Only now did he realize how wrong he was previously. The two of them were not on the same level at all. In the distance, the experts of the flying cloud castle who had been paying attention to this side were suddenly dumbfounded. The great elder of the flying cloud castle's tyrannical power that could seriously injure an elite at the peak of the myth realm did not have any effect at all. Yishuin easily resolved the attacks. How could this be? He's not even injured at all. He's simply too strong. What should we do? Is he really going to ruin our plans this time? Damn it. Damn it. It seems that there's really no way to contend with him unless young Master Yang is willing to take action. This move of Yishuin's had completely destroyed the Great Elder's primal chaos sword energy. After that, his entire body was sent flying by the impact. After Yishuin sent the Great Elder of the Flying Cloud castle flying, he was not in a hurry to chase after him. This was all under his control. If the Great Elder of the Flying Cloud castle wanted to escape, he would have to go through him. Therefore, Yishuin was not in a hurry. I let this 8-division celestial flag escape previously. Now you've sent it to me again. Yishuin sneered. If the people of the Flying Cloud Castle had not taken the initiative to come to Qiaoxan, he really would not have the time to deal with the Flying Cloud Castle in such a short time. Now he could deal with them all at once. As long as he devoured the 8-division celestial flag, his demon summoning banner would truly be able to complete its god rules and become a divine tool again. When that time came, he would be able to protect himself even if he encountered a deity. What was there to be afraid of? Damn it, are you going to ruin our plans? Then you'll definitely die without a burial place. The great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle's face turned pale. He barely mobilized all his power to calm the surging chi and blood in his body. At this time, he had completely understood that he was not a match for Yi Shiwen. However, he did not panic because he still had young Master Yang behind him, and young Master Yang had such a colossus behind him. What was there for him to be afraid of? Die without a burial place? Ha ha ha! A place that can bury me doesn't exist in this world. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. I know you want to buy time to heal your injuries, but it's useless. The gap between you and me is too big. Even if you heal your injuries, you can't possibly be a match for me. Now, you'd better tell me what method you used to make these blood beasts obey your orders. I'm also a little curious. I think it's better that you don't know. If you know, I think you'll immediately kneel down. The great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle's face stiffened. Yi Shiwen had seen through his plan. However, at this time he had no other way out. Haha! I'd like to see who's standing behind you to the extent that I'm about to kneel down just by hearing your name. Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer. Since you're not willing to tell me, don't blame me for being impolite. Originally, I thought you were a promising talent and wanted to subdue you. Now, it seems that you're just stubborn. But it doesn't matter. I don't care what method you have. As long as I kill all of you, this blood demon tide should be over. Yi Shiwen didn't bother to say anything to them. He only had one method. However, it was also the simplest method. He had to cut through the Gordian, not quickly. As long as the experts of the Flying Cloud Castle died, the blood demon tide would naturally come to an end. It didn't matter what method he used. The premise was that the people were still alive and able to control the blood demon. He had already faintly felt that behind the blood demon tide, some powerful experts of the myth realm were peeping. They should be the people of the Flying Cloud Castle. He had such confidence that he could ignore all the conspiracies and tricks. The rules did not matter at all. You? With just you? Ha ha ha! The great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle suddenly burst into laughter. Can't I? Then give it a try. Yi Shiwen did not say much to him. Immediately, the emergent's immortal exterminating saber appeared in his hand. He had lost all his patience. Originally, he wanted to subdue the Flying Cloud Castle. In that case, his strength would more than double out of thin air and lay a good foundation for building a city and fighting for hegemony in the future. As for whether they were willing to be subdued or not, it did not matter to him at all. As long as his strength continued to increase, even if these people had any ulterior motives, they would not dare to rebel. In that case, it would not make any difference. Most importantly, he did not have that much time to waste. World Breaker Saber break. He slashed with his saber. Countless saber auras gushed out from the long saber. They were mighty and majestic, forming a long saber river that crushed everything in its way. It directly blasted towards the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle. The great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle immediately turned pale with fright. He hurriedly retreated while constantly waving the 8 tribes' celestial flag and blasted out chaotic sword auras to resist Yi Shiwen's sword aura. Many blood demons were also within the attack range of the World Breaker Saber. In an instant, all of them screamed and evaporated into a cloud of blood mist, which was absorbed by Yi Shiwen. The chaotic sword auras blasted out by the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle could not stop Yi Shiwen's World Breaker Saber at all. They were directly smashed into pieces. Yi Shiwen's speed was getting faster and faster as he slashed down vertically. Bang! With an incomparably loud roar, a huge mushroom cloud rose from the place where Yi Shiwen slashed the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle. It instantly turned into a sky full of airwaves, covering everything and destroying everything. Then a figure was seen flying out. It was the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle. At the critical moment, he wrapped his body with the 8 tribes' celestial flag, which prevented him from being smashed by Yi Shiwen's saber. Even so, with the protection of the 8 tribes' celestial flag, he was still severely injured on the spot. He flew out and crashed into countless blood demons. After that, he crashed into a mountain peak and smashed more than half of the mountain peak. Seeing this, Yi Shiwen was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and came directly in front of the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle. He directly slashed down with his saber, intending to eradicate this scourge completely. "Kid, you're very arrogant, but don't even think about being arrogant with me here." At this moment, an arrogant voice descended from the sky. Accompanying this voice was a shocking sound sword, which directly blasted through the vast sky. It was invisible and colorless, and had already blasted in front of Yi Shiwen in a flash. Sound wave attack! Yi Shiwen slightly leaned sideways, and this earth-shattering sound sword brushed past his body. However, his hand didn't slow down at all. He chopped off the head of the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle with his blade. His spirit was completely annihilated. The 8 tribes' celestial flag did not escape this time, and was easily obtained by him. Chapter 2189. How dare you kill someone right under my nose? The voice was shocked and angry. Then, young Master Yang came over in an escape light. "So what if I killed him?" Yi Shiwen looked at young Master Yang. "The blood demon tide this time is probably related to you." Yi Shiwen's eyes were sharp. The strength of the great elder of the Flying Cloud Fortress could be said to be the best in the Flying Cloud Fortress. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit firmly in the position of the great elder of the Flying Cloud Fortress. Although it was in chronological order, it was also related to strength. The person who could sit firmly in the position of the great elder must be the best among the strong. However, the strength of this young Master Yang was even more tyrannical than the great elder of the Flying Cloud Fortress. This was already abnormal. Combined with the fact that the Flying Cloud Fortress suddenly had the ability to command a large number of blood demons to attack the city, the answer was obvious. His brain worked so fast that it was even more tyrannical than any supercomputer. In an instant, he had calculated countless possibilities and eliminated all of them. This allowed him to hit the nail on the head and point out the essence of the truth. "So what if it's me?" said young Master Yang coldly. "Then it's simple. As long as you die, the blood demon tide will end," said Yi Shiwen as his eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. I think you've really lost your mind. How dare you try to kill me?" Young Master Yang was exasperated. Since he was born, he was already of the noblest bloodline. Relying on his father's love, no one had ever dared to kill him before. The great elder of the Flying Cloud Fortress had always been a man of his word in the Flying Cloud Fortress. In front of him, young Master Yang was like a dog who didn't dare to speak carelessly. "So what if I kill you?" Yi Shiwen Shua transformed into a golden light and rushed forward. It was unknown when a long sword had appeared in his hand, and he directly chopped down towards young Master Yang. Young Master Yang was suddenly shocked. That shocking killing intent actually caused all the pores on his body to close in fear. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave in an instant. That sharp sword chi directly forced him to the point that his heart almost stopped beating completely. He only saw Yi Shiwen's figure leaping out of the void. He didn't know when the long sword had already pounced on him. It was as if the Milky Way had directly slashed down. The majestic sword Tao laws had already swept everything away. There was no need for any words to slash through everything. "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to me?" Young Master Yang was immediately enraged. He was actually forced to this extent. He roared again and directly used his strongest martial arts. A hand slapped down, and suddenly the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Heaven-burying hand. His big hand smashed down as if it could bury the sky. It was an extremely high-level, deity-level martial art. Any one of his 5 fingers could severely injure an existence at the pinnacle of the Paong state. Countless strange laws and talismans revolved around his 5 fingers. Bang! The huge hand and the sword aura collided directly, forming a monstrous wave that annihilated a large number of the nearby blood demons. They were blown up right away. This young Master Yang was indeed very strong. He was even more tyrannical than the great elder of the flying cloud fortress. The power of his entire body had almost reached an upper limit, a peak. Yi Shiwen even felt a familiar aura from this young Master Yang. It was similar to Yi Shukong's aura. Back then, the Sea Emperor also had a similar aura. Countless thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. Could this person be the son of God? If this is the case, then his background is really not small. But after thinking about it, it seems that it is not strange here. In the depths of the blood prison, there are Tao-proving level experts. These Tao-proving level experts are not pure in heart and mind. It is normal for them to leave behind children. This was not uncommon in the mythological era. There were even many powerful sons of God who were born as demigods with unimaginable talent and strength. But he did not take it to heart. Although young Master Yang was tyrannical, there was still a huge gap compared to him. The only thing to worry about was the powerful existence behind young Master Yang. But this thought only rose slightly before it was suppressed by him. There was nothing more to say now. Even if he advanced further, he would have the power to protect himself even against Tao-proving level experts. There was nothing to be afraid of at all. Yi Shiwen grabbed with his big hand, and the golden sword key condensed into a golden long sword. The golden sword key flowed on the body of the sword, and under his direct control, it turned into a terrifying energy frenzy, destroying everything and bombarding towards young Master Yang. Young Master Yang's face suddenly changed. He felt a terrifying aura from this sword. He retreated again and again. He could not help but lament in his heart. How can this human be so strong? He is only at the 7th level of Paong realm, and he is already this strong. When he breaks into the peak of the mythological era, no one will be able to control him. What was more terrifying was that he finally realized that Yi Shiwen did not use his full strength just now. That was why he felt that he could resist. Now that Yi Shiwen had fully displayed his strength, it gave him an extremely terrifying feeling. Damn it, I'm going all out. He let out a furious roar as his hands turned into the sky. Countless laws and Taoist rhymes leaked out from his hands, destroying everything in their path. This was an extremely high-level cultivation technique. No attack could touch his body, and it could completely destroy everything. But Yi Shiwen was expressionless. He directly slashed down with the long sword in his hand. Boom! The combat power of the peak of the mythological era burst out in an instant. It even directly exploded the sky, possessing some of the immortal light of the gods. Yi Shiwen's sword light broke through the buried heaven's hand in an instant. It broke through all of young Master Yang's defenses and tore open a huge bloody scar on his body. His entire body had almost been chopped in half. He would have died if he hadn't resisted at the critical moment. Roar! Young Master Yang was forced to this point, and he roared again and again. His noble body had never been injured to such an extent. He was almost forced into a dead end. He quickly retreated, looked at Yi Shiwen with resentment, and was about to escape. How could he dare to stay and face such a fierce god? You want to leave? I think it's too easy for you. Yi Shiwen sneered, and the emergence immortal exterminating saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Broken World Saber. A terrifying saber aura swept up and instantly surged out, destroying everything. It directly chased after young Master Yang. Damn human, if you dare to kill me, my father will definitely not let you go." As he screamed, the saber aura caught up with him. His whole body suddenly exploded on the spot, turning into countless blood essences, which contained many talismans formed by the divine Tao laws, attached to the flesh. Yi Shiwen grabbed it in his hand. The value of a natural-born demigod's blood essence was simply needless to say. The energy contained in it was a trivial matter. The real essence lay in the great way that belonged to the gods that were engraved in the flesh. They were different from the acquired demigods who had cultivated to the demigod realm. These innate demigods were the children of God from the moment they were born. Their flesh and blood contained the great Tao of God. This made them different from ordinary people. Whether it was cultivation or other things, they had a talent that far surpassed others. There were too many great Tao contained in them. This was undoubtedly crucial for Yi Shiwen at present. In his current situation, it would still take a long time to cultivate to the 9th level of Paong realm, not to mention Tao validation. However, time waits for no man, and his enemies were getting stronger and stronger. If the Abyssal Demon Lord confirmed his Tao and returned, it would be a calamity for him. Although he didn't know what level the Abyssal Demon Lord had reached, he had to be fully prepared. He had to have a trump card that could contend against a Tao confirming expert. This idea was crazy for others. A demigod actually dared to seek a way to compete with the gods. His comprehension had just reached the peak of the mythical realm, which allowed him to burst out the combat power of the peak of the mythical realm. However, if he wanted to compete with the masters of Tao validation, his comprehension must at least reach the level of Tao validation. However, how could it be so easy to reach the Tao confirming realm? Otherwise, this threshold wouldn't have been so difficult for countless geniuses throughout the ages. Countless geniuses were stuck at this threshold until their deaths, and in the end they turned into dust. The difficulty of this could be imagined. It was even better to cultivate to the peak of Paong realm first, and then seek the opportunity of Tao validation. However, he had a faint feeling that a disaster was coming, and he knew that he did not have that much time. This feeling made him involuntarily speed up his cultivation. Now that he had the divine path law contained in the flesh and blood of the Son of God, it made it possible for him to have a further breakthrough in his combat power. Although it was impossible for him to prove Tao validation in a short time, and he might not be able to prove Tao validation in his lifetime, it was not necessary to prove Tao validation in order to have the strength of Tao validation. As long as he understood the operating rules of the divine path law, it was not impossible for him to have the strength to compete with the masters of Tao validation in a short time. Although there were few people who had such tyrannical strength since ancient times, it was not that they did not exist. Now he planned to go against the heavens and do something that even the outstanding people of ancient times could not do. Of course, this would require a huge amount of energy, but at least he had a direction. If it was not for the divine path law in the blood and essence, he would not even have a direction. At least there was hope. The 8-component heaven flag appeared on his palm, and then he directly put it into the Tianyuan mirror. This was also one of the important methods and trump cards that he would use to compete with the masters of Tao validation. Although he had not verified it, he was very confident. Although he might have offended an extremely powerful master of Tao validation, he felt that it was all worth it. As long as his combat power broke through again, the masters of Tao validation would not be able to do anything to him. Chapter 2190. Coupled with the corpse of the wolf deity in his hands, he had greater confidence in breaking through the combat power of the deity level. Thinking of this, he only felt that his mood suddenly became clear. He only felt that all the bones in his body had opened up. This was an indescribable feeling. After breaking through the obstacles in his heart, it made his vision more widened. He suddenly had a feeling of being enlightened. He knew that breaking through to the next realm was not a chasm, but it still needed time. He didn't have that time now. There were too many things that he needed to do at the moment. In front of him there was a flute. It was suffused with divine power, spreading in circles. Yi Shiwen grabbed the flute. It seemed as if the entire body of this flute was made of silver. Then, an astonishing divine power erupted from it. It transformed into an energy shock wave and spread out in all directions. It seemed as if it wanted to send Yi Shiwen flying. "You still dare to struggle!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly and slowly closed his palms. He firmly pressed down on the eruption of divine might and directly grabbed the silver-white flute. "Who is it? How dare you peep at my martial instrument?" An incomparably loud roar came from the depths of the silver flute. Then, a terrifying figure leaped out of the silver flute. It directly spread out countless divine might, emitting countless divine light rays, which dyed the sky golden like a wheat field. It was a middle-aged man wearing a golden divine robe, but his face couldn't be seen at all. The arrogant aura and the power emitted from his body made Yi Shiwen easily judge that this middle-aged man should be a deity. Yi Shiwen had seen deities before, but those were deities that had fallen or were in deep sleep. This one was undoubtedly a living deity. The power was not at the same level as the deities that Yi Shiwen had encountered before. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't the same as before. He couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. He immediately speculated that if young Master Yang was the son of God, then the remnant of this deity was likely to be young Master Yang's father. He was also a real deity that lived in this world. However, he was only slightly stunned, and then he laughed coldly and said, "I wouldn't say a single word and leave if your main body was here. You're just a soul core clone, yet you're trying to order me around? Arrogant! How dare you blaspheme the gods?" This incomparably powerful god suddenly became furious. He was only a remnant of the god. However, he was also a part of the god's body. So he had naturally inherited that arrogance. He was a god, and Yi Shiwen was only an ant even though he was a demigod. However, an ant had dared to be so rude to a god. Bang! Bang! This incomparably powerful god made his move. He transformed into a huge god's hand and slammed it down towards Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if he wanted to blast him to death. That's the power of the gods. At this time, without young Master Yang's command, the blood demons broke free from his control and quickly scattered. Although they were usually brutal, they were not brainless. This exposed Yi Shiwen and the powerful deity in the void to the experts of the soaring cloud castle and the sky-bearing castle. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that it would actually be a god. These experts of the mythical realm were known as demigods. They were known as the group of people who were closest to the gods. So they were more aware of how terrifying the gods were. Those below the Tao confirmation realm were all ants. This sentence was not false at all. In fact, the truth was even more despairing than this sentence. Even Jin Buhuan's face was a little pale at this time. Compared to the gods, they were too weak. It was too much to describe them as ants. However, Yi Shiwen was going to fight against a god. The gods weren't legends in the blood prison. They weren't fallen or dormant pushovers either. On the contrary, they were ridiculously tyrannical existences. In fact, they were living existences. Jin Buhuan could not help but smile bitterly. This new castle master seemed to have gone overboard. He really knew how to attract hatred. The people of the Flying Cloud Castle were even more scared. They were not scared because a wisp of the deity's spirit incarnation had appeared in the silver flute, but because Yi Shiwen had killed young Master Yang. They did not dare to imagine how terrible it would be if this matter were to break out. What kind of attack would they face from such a powerful existence? It's over. Young Master Yang is dead. I wonder how angry the victorious Sun City Lord will be. The wrath of a god. It's over. The foundation of the soaring cloud castle is finished. He must be crazy. Couldn't he feel that it was the son of God, a natural-born demigod? He actually dared to kill him. He must be crazy. But speaking of which, This young Master Yang is too weak. Didn't they say that these natural-born demigods are as strong as they want? Now it seems that he is just SOO. The people of the soaring cloud castle suddenly burst into an uproar. They suddenly did not know where to go. The great elder of the soaring cloud castle was dead. Even the soaring cloud castle was about to be destroyed. They really did not know where to go. At this time, their only thought was to escape immediately. However, when their eyes turned towards Yi Shiwen, they firmly stared at him. They couldn't tear their eyes away. It was all because of this guy. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. At this time, Yi Shiwen naturally did not know the thoughts of both sides. He was completely focused on this god. The city lord of victorious Sun City directly pressed down with his huge palm, causing the entire sky to shatter. Invincible divine might was everywhere. This was the burying heaven palm. The same move, but it was countless times more tyrannical than the one young Master Yang displayed. Good. Just in time. Let me test where my limit is. Yi Shiwen was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. The victorious Sun City Lord was a legendary god. His strength was unfathomable, and now it was only a wisp of the remnant consciousness of the victorious Sun City Lord. Even if it was just a wisp of remnant consciousness, it was comparable to the real peak of the myth. Although the strength of the remnant consciousness of the victorious Sun City Lord was only a little stronger than that of young Master Yang, it was not by much. However, the same martial arts move was twice as powerful in the hands of the victorious Sun City Lord. At this moment, the understanding of martial arts of the victorious Sun City Lord was fully reflected. The surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed by him, and the surrounding laws were controlled by him. This allowed him to display combat power far beyond the peak of the myth with the power of the peak of the myth. This was similar to Yi Shiwen's. Therefore, Yi Shiwen was somewhat aggressive. Otherwise, even a peak of the myth like young Master Yang would not be a match for him at all. It was unknown how much space was shattered. A majestic force directly pressed down on Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen put his hands together and pinched a seal. It directly transformed into the overturning heaven seal and blasted towards the buried heaven hand. Boom! The entire sky suddenly shattered. The power produced by the collision between the huge palm and Yi Shiwen's overturning heaven seal directly caused the sky to collapse, revealing the chaos within. The tyrannical power made the faces of the experts of the myth turn pale all of a sudden. The victorious Sun City Lord relied on his profound attainments in martial arts to display power far beyond the peak of the myth with a flip of his hand. On the other hand, Yi Shiwen relied purely on his own strength to resist. After putting on the 5 Emperor's battle armor and integrating 3 martial arts incarnations, his overall strength showed a trend of rising in a straight line. Human, you won't understand. If you don't prove your Tao, you're just an ant in the end. Even if you integrate 3 martial arts incarnations, you can't possibly be a match for me. Although the victorious Sun City Lord was only a remnant consciousness, and his strength was far from being comparable to the main body, his vision was not bad. He could almost see the true source of Yi Shiwen's strength at a glance. 3 martial arts incarnations? You must be joking. Whether it was the experts of the Flying Cloud Castle or the Sky-Bearing Castle, when they heard the victorious Sun City Lord say this, they all felt that he was King, kidding them. They were all favored by the heavens, and there were many who integrated 1 martial arts incarnation. However, there were very few who could integrate 2 martial arts incarnations at the same time. As for 3 martial arts incarnations, it was simply not something that a demigod could achieve. However, Yi Shiwen had done it. Everyone somewhat understood why Yi Shiwen was able to erupt with such an astonishing combat power. 3 martial arts incarnations. The power of the 3 main bodies were superimposed on his body. That terrifying power was enough to scare people to death. It was completely inestimable. In particular, The experts of the Flying Cloud Castle were completely shocked at this time, although they were glad that they didn't die tragically like the great elder of the Flying Cloud Castle. When they heard that Yi Shiwen had integrated 3 martial arts incarnations at the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of monster was this? The cultivation speed of these elite heroes should be one of the best in the world, but Yi Shiwen was actually able to surpass them. It was truly unimaginable. No wonder he is so powerful. If he can escape from the hands of the victorious Sun City Lord this time, I'm afraid he will instantly become famous in the world. Jin Buhuan said that he could escape from the hands of the victorious Sun City Lord. Naturally, it could not be a fake remnant consciousness. At this time, he also did not know whether his original proposal was right or wrong. This castle lord was really good at causing trouble. This was just the beginning, and he had already killed a son of God. Perhaps when the time came, even the gods would be furious. Needless to say, Yao Shengqing and the others were naturally his mortal enemies. He should have gotten rid of them. But at the same time, in addition to being troubled, his strength was indeed impeccable. In the myths, he was invincible, and even the peak of the myth was not his match. Chapter 2191. But this time they had provoked a god. When they thought of this, they felt like fainting. What was the difference between provoking a god and seeking one's own death? Although they wanted to prove their Tao and become a member of the gods, the fear of the gods was deeply engraved in their hearts. Although you are not bad, you are still an ant who has not become a god. You can't be my opponent. The city lord of Shenyang City was extremely confident. Although it was only a spirit incarnation, it was almost the strongest realm below the Tao. Like the great elder of Flying Cloud Castle, who was at the peak of the mythical realm, he could be killed on the spot. He could kill a mythical realm master with a single thought. As he walked, he was completely integrated with the world. Roar! He attacked. With a roar, the wind and clouds surged, and the laws between heaven and earth surged wildly, forming a huge tornado. If ordinary mythical realm masters were to be swept into it, they would immediately be crushed. These laws turned into a big hand and directly pressed down. Good, good, good. Take my punch, human Tao fist. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch, and the mighty power of the human Tao swept out directly, forcibly meeting the palm. Boom! The air condensed, and then a powerful force was released from it, collapsing the space in an instant. Yi Shiwen did not move, and his whole body was covered with golden divinity, directly removing this force. The city lord of Shenyang City kept retreating a few steps before barely stopping. Although the city lord of Shenyang City could borrow the power of the laws to put himself above the peak of the mythical realm, in the end, he was only a wisp of spirit. He did not even have a physical body, so how could he compete with Yi Shiwen's gilded tyrant form? But in general, it was still a tie. However, Yi Shiwen was still very surprised. It was just a wisp of the spirit of a god, but it could burst out power above the peak of the mythical realm. It was really powerful. What kind of strength was this? It should be known that Yi Shiwen had integrated 3 martial Tao incarnations, in addition to the state of the 5 emperors. It could be said that it was enough to sweep away almost all the peak of the mythical realm, but the city lord of Shenyang City could actually be on par with him. This strength was unfathomable, but then he felt relieved. In the past, he also relied on the power of the god's divine thoughts to temporarily contend with the peak of the mythical realm. At that time, his cultivation level was far below the city lord of Victoria Sun City, yet he was able to display such combat power. Looking at it now, it was no longer strange. Bang! 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 The battle between the two sides was intense, especially since he had condensed his 3rd martial arts incarnation. He couldn't find a suitable opponent. Yi Shiwen's battle was incisive. After cultivating to this level, he did not stop improving. On the contrary, he had an even stronger desire for the next level. Tao corroboration was an extremely close realm. That would be his future opponent. Now it could be considered a warm-up. He couldn't even deal with the incarnation of a god, let alone the god himself. Fear flashed in the eyes of the city, lord of Shenyang City. In all these years, there was only one person who could contend with him as a demigod. He held the silver flute in his hand. Powerful sound waves were constantly blasting through the vast sky and bombarding towards Yi Shiwen. Bang! Both sides fiercely clapped and separated in the void. Yi Shiwen didn't move. His body was tyrannical. Even such a battle couldn't shake him. Almost in the next moment, his counterattack followed like a shadow. Although this battle was enjoyable, the real elemental energy in his body couldn't continue to support such a battle. The consumption was too great. His whole body directly bloomed with endless murderous intention. The murderous aura was endless, and he directly attacked. Soul-breaking blood claw! 5 huge cracks directly blasted out, like the autumn water in the sky, tearing everything apart. Boom! With one claw, all the defenses of the city lord of victorious Sun City were smashed, and his whole body was blasted out. His overall strength couldn't be compared with Yi Shiwen. He could borrow the power of heaven and earth to display a combat power far beyond ordinary, but his own strength was still far inferior to Yi Shiwen. This was determined by the essence. He flew in the air, quickly adjusted his position, and desperately continued to use real elemental energy. He wanted to take the opportunity to launch a wave of counterattack. It had been a long time since he fought such a battle, not to mention being forced to such an extent by a demigod. It was simply a shame. Even if it was just a little bit of divine sense, he couldn't allow himself to fail. At this moment, he was like an immortal martial god. How could Yi Shiwen give him such a chance? He had to finish the battle as soon as possible and get out of it. In his body, the mysterious space was spinning rapidly. Countless information was constantly being analyzed and then directly imprinted into his body. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly opened, and he only felt a powerful force melting in his body. Human Tao Fist! This punch of his directly blasted out, directly shattering the sky. Most importantly, the human Tao Fist he blasted out was not only the original surging mortal world, but also directly surged out a world. This was the world of the human clan. This meant that the human Tao Fist had finally entered the next level. In the fierce battle just now, his understanding of the human Tao Fist had also rapidly improved. It was in such an extreme battle that his understanding could have such earth-shaking changes. The sudden upgrade of the human Tao Fist caught the city lord of victorious Sun City unprepared. He staggered on the spot and was suppressed by the human Tao world. He was seriously injured on the spot. Originally, with the divine sense of a deity coupled with his understanding of martial arts, he could easily blow up ordinary demigods. But unfortunately, he encountered a freak like Yi Shiwen. At the most critical moment, Yi Shiwen's human Tao Fist had improved again, and his strength had increased by a level. Boom! The city lord of victorious Sun City screamed on the spot and directly exploded. And the silver flute in his hand also fell into Yi Shiwen's hand. Yi Shiwen looked at the silver flute that had finally fallen into his hands after a lot of trouble. He directly probed it with his divine sense, and suddenly a lot of information about the silver flute was instantly grasped by him. 9 Heavens, soul-sucking flute. This was the name of this silver flute. As long as it was activated properly, it could even control endless lives, just like how young Master Yang controlled those blood demons to attack the city. Even if they were unwilling, they would still be controlled and soul-sucked. If used properly, this was a very powerful flawed artifact. At this time, the people from the Flying Cloud Castle were already scared silly. Originally, they thought that the city lord of victorious Sun City had appeared in person. Even if it was just a wisp of divine sense, it would be enough to take down Yi Shiwen. So they did not scatter and escape in all directions. But who knew that the city lord of victorious Sun City was not a match for Yi Shiwen at all, and was easily blown up by him. Now they were completely exposed in front of Yi Shiwen for a while. Almost immediately, they broke away from the initial shock. They wanted to escape, but Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of them without them knowing when he had arrived. Fight him to the death! These people from the Flying Cloud Castle were already frightened by Yi Shiwen, but there was nothing they could do. In the face of Yi Shiwen, who could easily blow up the incarnation of a deity, they almost had no power to fight back. Although they did not have the power to fight back, it was impossible for them to sit and wait for death. But this time, Yi Shiwen had no intention of killing them. The Great Elder and the Second Elder of the Flying Cloud Castle had been destroyed by him one after another, in addition to the several masters at the peak of the mythical realm that he had killed before. Now there are only 7 masters at the 9th level of Powong realm left in the Flying Cloud Castle, which was not as good as the Sky Baron Castle. They could not pose any threat to him at all. With the precedents set by the Sky Baron Castle, he also had the idea of taking in the Flying Cloud Castle. With the power of the Sky Baron Castle and the Flying Cloud Castle, it was enough to dominate this area. Moreover, he had 100% offended a deity. The deity might not know it now, but for him, there was another pressure. He had to grow before the deity could react. He did not have the time to train his confidants one by one. Directly annexing them was the best way. He took a step forward and said, "Surrender to me or die!" These mythical masters of the Flying Cloud Castle looked at each other. Yi Shiwen had just offended a deity to death. When the time came, it was very likely that he would be attacked by another deity. No matter what, they did not want to get involved. But now, what other way was there? "I'm willing to surrender." These people did not think for long. One by one, they knelt down. The attack of the deity might be a matter for the future, but if they were not willing to surrender now, the only outcome would be death. Yi Shiwen nodded with satisfaction. At least they knew what was good for them. Each of them planted a blood god in their bodies. If they dared to betray him, they would explode on the spot. Yi Mo himself was a great demon. He had once followed a powerful devil king. With Yi Mo following him all year round, how could Yi Shiwen not know anything about these methods of controlling people? The blood god was an extremely brilliant method. It was said that it was once created by a peerless master. When it was at its most powerful, it would form a sea of blood. As long as the sea of blood was not destroyed, he would not die. If they did not betray him, the blood god would parasitize their bodies and stimulate the growth of their skills. However, once they turned the tables, the blood god would explode instantly. Even their skills would be absorbed by the blood god. Finally, it would return to Yi Shiwen's body and increase his skills, becoming nourishment for Yi Shiwen. Life and death were only a matter of a thought. Yi Shiwen knew many such methods, but he did not have many opportunities to use them. Chapter 2192. These experts of the Flying Cloud Castle dared to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They had no choice but to bow their heads under the eaves. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care. With the blood god on their side, it didn't matter whether they were convinced or not. Their life and death were in his hands. Even if they went to find the gods, they would not be able to solve the blood god's son. Therefore, he did not have to worry at all. The experts from the Flying Cloud Castle were all here. As long as he subdued them, the rest would be a piece of cake. He mobilized these 2 fortresses so that the combat power of these 2 fortresses could be twisted into a rope. Then Yi Shiwen sent the experts from the Flying Cloud Castle back to take over the Flying Cloud Castle while he returned to the Sky Baron Castle. In any case, the Sky Baron Castle was closer to Yi Shiwen than the Flying Cloud Castle. The process of him subduing the Flying Cloud Castle also fell into the eyes of many experts from the Sky Baron Castle. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. He easily subdued the Flying Cloud Castle, an old enemy that had been hostile for thousands of years. More importantly, the Sky Baron Castle and the Flying Cloud Castle had been hostile for many years. Now that they had suddenly become allies, the relationship between them had suddenly become strange. They were not hostile, but they were definitely not friendly either. However, After seeing Yi Shiwen's means, they could not say much. In fact, it was also a good thing for them to have the protection of such a powerful castle master. Such a terrifying blood demon tide could almost be resisted by the fortresses. But Yi Shiwen was able to deal with it quickly and easily. No one could stop him. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that someone could achieve such a level. He did not seem like a human at all, although he could not be like the legendary gods, who could cover the sky with one hand and destroy the world as if it was a common thing. Now that the Flying Cloud Castle has also surrendered to us, they are two different systems. However, they do not dare to betray me. I may not be here often, so I will leave the matters of the two fortresses to you in the future. Yi Shiwen said to Jin Buhuan, although he wanted to establish his own force and borrow the power of the Sky-bearing Castle and the Flying Cloud Castle. It did not mean that he wanted to personally intervene in these trivial matters. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate in the future. In this aspect, Jin Buhuan was indeed the best candidate. Jin Buhuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. In the past, he could at most manage the Sky-bearing Castle. Now, even the Flying Cloud Castle was under his control. Most importantly, unlike the original system of equal elders, with Yi Shiwen's authorization, he had suddenly become an existence that was second only to one and above all others. He was in charge of all the elders at the peak of the Pawang realm. Yes, Fort Master. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, I'm going to go into closed-door training now. You'll do your best to find Yao Shengqing, Jing Tianlei, and Jun Dingtian in the blood prison. He had only just condensed his saber Dao incarnation. If not for this sudden battle, he would probably still be consolidating in seclusion. Moreover, after this battle, his human Dao fist had already reached the point of perfection and had become one of his trump cards. He needed time to consolidate it, and he also needed to replenish the energy of the 3 clones as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to endure the next intense battle. Anyway, there were still more than 2 months before the 5-year sentence. Most importantly, the next battle was about to begin in more than 2 months. Last time, he only broke into the top 100 before withdrawing. This time, his goal was to become the champion. Only then could he truly enter the eyes of the higher-ups of the Hidden Valley and receive strong training. There was still some time before he could truly prove his Dao. If he could receive strong training, it would undoubtedly greatly shorten this time. Fort Master, if it's Jing Tianlei, I know that he actually has his own force in the blood prison. He has also built his own castle. However, it is closer to the center of the blood prison than the Flying Cloud Castle and the Sky-bearing Castle. We also retreated from the center of the blood prison to the edge because we could not survive there. Jin Buhuan could not help but say with some emotion, they actually have their own forces. Yi Shiwen was a little stunned. It seemed that he was already late. There were already many people ahead of him. It seemed that this was also the general trend. After he had truly proved his Dao, he would also join the fight for hegemony. Then where is Jing Tianlei's castle? Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with murderous intention. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was the best way. In the void, even if he defeated Jing Tianlei and Yao Shengqing, he could not really do anything to them. Only by finding their real bodies in the blood prison and killing them could he solve all the problems once and for all. In the God transformation abyss, killing was punishable. However, it was different here. In the blood prison, no one cared about it. Even if someone wanted to interfere, there was no evidence at all. The heaven's secrets here were chaotic. Even if a Dao confirmation expert wanted to calculate it, it would be impossible. Therefore, he was confident that even the Lord of Victorious Sun City would not find anything wrong in a short period of time. By the time the Lord of Victorious Sun City found out, he would probably have a huge improvement. Jin Buhuan immediately told Yi Shiwen the coordinates of Jing Tianlei's castle. Yi Shiwen looked at it. It was not very far away. It was only hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. In short, He still had time to act before the battle began. After the battle began, his strength would be exposed. Jing Tianlei and Yao Shenqing were not fools. If they avoided the battle at that time, it would be a real big problem. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that they still did not know about it. He wanted to catch them off guard. However, Lord of Victorious Sun City, although the Lord of Victorious Sun City might not be aware in a short period of time, it is inevitable that he will be aware after a long time. What should we do at that time? Should we temporarily withdraw from the blood prison and wait for the Lord of Victorious Sun City to prove his Tao before coming back? Jin Buhuan said. Since his position had been determined, he would consider for Yi Shiwen wholeheartedly. Similarly, he was also considering for himself. He had also thought it through. Even if he offended the Lord of Victorious Sun City, it was no big deal for him to leave the blood prison temporarily. Yi Shiwen's potential and strength were absolutely unprecedented. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such a person had appeared very rarely in history. However, it had never been heard of a person who couldn't prove his Tao without dying prematurely. In his opinion, as long as Yi Shiwen did not die halfway, he would definitely prove his Tao in the future. The current temporary concession and tolerance were nothing at all. Don't worry, there is no need at all. When the time comes, I will also move the soaring cloud castle here. I will arrange a formation. Even if a deity comes personally, he will not be able to break it without fighting for hundreds of years. Yi Shiwen said confidently. The Ghost Heart Fire formation appeared in his mind. It was a formation used by the Lord of Darkness to suppress the evil spirits in his body and to protect himself. It was extremely powerful. As long as there was enough energy, even a deity would not be able to break through it easily. This also had the strength to compete with a master of Tao under special circumstances. He naturally could not supply the operation of the Ghost Heart Fire formation. However, what if he used the Bloodstone Mine? The Bloodstone energy in the Bloodstone Mine was endless. In a short period of time, even the Ghost Heart Fire formation could not completely consume it. Moreover, in addition to the Bloodstone Mine in the Soaring Cloud Castle, there were 2 Bloodstone Mines in the Soaring Cloud Castle. The Bloodstone reserves could be said to be very abundant. He did not have to be afraid at all. When the time came, he would have a way to advance or retreat. This was where his greatest confidence came from. Even if the Lord of Victorious Sun City attacked aggressively, he did not have to worry at all. Not to mention hundreds of years. His strength would have earth-shaking changes in a few decades. At that time, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Jin Buhuan was a little curious. He did not know what formation Yi Shiwen was talking about. In this world, there were countless formations. However, there were not many that could compete with a deity with the strength of a demigod. He could be considered as an experienced and knowledgeable person. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Countless unprecedented formations were constantly flashing through his mind. However, it was impossible for him to know about them before Yi Shiwen revealed them. However, although he was curious, he did not dare to ask much. In that case, I will leave this place to you. Let the Soaring Cloud Castle move their fortress near the Soaring Sky Castle. In this way, they can protect each other when they are attacked. They can take care of both the front and the back, said Yi Shiwen. As for the few Bloodstone Mines, wait for me to come back and capture them nearby. Otherwise, they will be far away. Jin Buhuan's eyes widened when he heard this. Capturing the Bloodstone Mines could not be done by relying on powerful strength. This was because the Bloodstone Mines had been firmly integrated with the earth vein. It was easy to mine them bit by bit. However, if one wanted to capture the Bloodstone Mines, they would have to contend with the power of the entire earth vein. This was impossible unless one reached Tao validation. Otherwise, the Soaring Sky Castle would have captured the Bloodstone Mines a long time ago. However, it was impossible to do so. The vicinity of the Bloodstone Mines was easy to attack and difficult to defend. This caused the distance between the Soaring Sky Castle and the Bloodstone Mines that belonged to the Soaring Sky Castle. However, Yi Shiwen actually said that he had a way. This was simply inhuman. This was a method that only deities could have. However, since Yi Shiwen had said so, Jin Buhuan believed that he definitely had a way. Otherwise, he would not have spoken without thinking. He was immediately overjoyed. If there was a bloodstone mine under the soaring sky castle that continuously emitted powerful essence, he would naturally achieve twice the results with half the effort while cultivating here. However, all of this would have to wait until Yi Shiwen returned. I will leave the trivial matters to you. In addition, don't slack off in finding out the existence of Yao Shengqing and Jun Dingtian. After Yi Shiwen finished giving instructions, he immediately flew towards the depths of the blood prison. Chapter 2193. The boundless blood purgatory was a sea of blood. Far off in the distance was a sea of blood, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Countless ferocious blood demons traversed through the mountains and valleys, and all sorts of terrifying sounds echoed out. Even the places where powerful martial artists gathered were like stars in the night sky, scattered throughout the boundless blood purgatory. A golden figure streaked through the air. His powerful qi and blood attracted the attention of many blood demons, but when they sensed how powerful he was, they quietly retreated, not daring to approach him. Yi Shiwen flew for a full day and night, flying at full speed. Only then did he reach the depths of the blood purgatory. The deeper he went, the more powerful the blood demons he encountered became. After entering the depths of the blood purgatory, none of the blood demons he encountered were below the deity transformation level. They were all at least at the deity transformation level. He even sensed some extremely powerful blood demon patriarchs lying dormant in the mountains and valleys, ready to devour the heavens at any moment. They were all just half a step away from proving their Tao. Ordinary blood demons couldn't keep up with his speed, even if they didn't have eyes. Before long, he had left them in the dust. Following the coordinates provided by Buhuan Gold, Yi Shiwen flew all the way through the heavens until he finally arrived at a fortress. This fortress had been built by none other than Jing Tianlei. From a distance, he could see numerous powerful auras piercing through the air, fusing with the surroundings. All of them were deity transformation experts. This fortress was much stronger than Soaring Cloud Fortress and Sky-Piercing Fortress. There were no less than 20 peak myth realm beings in it. Clearly, they were all Jing Tianlei's subordinates. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. He had so many powerful fighters under his command. He did have the right to be so arrogant. If it had been before, Chu Qingxi wouldn't have been able to do anything to Jing Tianlei, who was hiding in the fortress. But things were different now. Jing Tianlei's strength had long since turned the heavens and the earth upside down. Compared to 5 years ago, he couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath. However, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. With a flip of his palm, the 9 firmaments, soul-sucking flute appeared in his hand. He wanted to test out the power of the flute. Because of that, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. When he reappeared, he was already in a tribe of blood demons. The leader of the tribe was also a powerful elite at the peak of Myth Realm. He led many blood demons. "Who are you? How dare you intrude into my tribe?" The blood demon leader roared angrily, and huge bloody claw stretched out. Countless blood energies formed a bloody net, intertwined into an inescapable net, and grabbed towards Yi Shiwen. Not only this blood demon leader, but many mythical-level blood demons also roared and appeared one after another. A domain was formed in the entire tribe, and a powerful force was mobilized, turning into a monstrous power that charged towards Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. In the face of the martial arts torrent, he directly formed a big hand and grabbed all the martial arts torrents in an instant. Yi Shiwen himself tore apart a golden light and suddenly appeared in front of the leader of the blood demons. He was like an invincible devil. With every step he took, The aura of his whole body would become more and more tyrannical. Some of the weaker blood demons were directly blown away, unable to get close to Yi Shiwen at all. The melodious sound of a flute rang out, forming shock waves that directly rushed into the ears of these blood demons. Suddenly, these blood demons became confused, and only the most primitive instinct to fight was left. They obediently knelt at Yi Shiwen's feet. The leader of the blood demons only lasted for a short while before he knelt under the 9 heavens soul-sucking flute. The power of this 9th heaven soul-sucking flute was simply terrifying. It was definitely a rare sight. It was just a defective artifact, but it could control these mythical blood demons as if it was a common occurrence. If it could be completely repaired, even gods would find it difficult to escape such control. It was really a good treasure. Yi Shiwen revealed a satisfied smile. It was really a good treasure. Young Master Yang had racked his brains to only be able to control the leader of the blood demons, and then use the leader of the blood demons to attack the city, forming a tide of blood demons. However, Yi Shiwen was different. His skills were more than 10 times stronger than young Master Yang's, and he could easily control all the blood demons. In this way, once the leader escaped, the remaining blood demons would not fall and scatter. And this was just the beginning. With the same method, Yi Shiwen very quickly controlled dozens of blood demon tribes within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. In the depths of the blood prison, the density of the blood demon tribes was also far higher than in the periphery. The only drawback was that to control these blood demons, he had to constantly maintain the operation of the 9 heavens soul-sucking flute. At most, he could only control this many blood demon tribes. For this, he had specially burned 3 pieces of celestial source gas, which was a huge price to pay. However, he did not care. As long as he could kill Jing Tianlei, everything would be worth it. The mighty tide of blood demons instantly rushed toward Jing Tianlei's fortress. Monstrous blood aura surged out, forming a slow blood cloud that covered the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. From afar, it was incomparably terrifying. Inside the blood cloud, countless powerful blood demons were constantly roaring and bellowing. On the ground, there were also countless powerful mythical-level blood demons roaring and rushing toward Jing Tianlei. These blood demons had automatically cultivated to the mythical level. Compared to the experts who cultivated various martial arts, they were far inferior. However, they had the advantage in numbers. Tide of blood demons! Quick, defend! Almost in the next moment, someone in the fortress noticed the countless blood demons rushing toward them. In the depths of the blood prison, tides of blood demons were far too frequent. They had long since gotten used to it. The formations in the fortress were resurrected one after another. Powerful torrents of energy swept out, directly wiping out many blood demons on the spot. However, even more formations had just been resurrected when they were taken over by the swarm of blood demons that had swarmed over. There were too many blood demons, and they were too strong. Among them, there was no lack of patriarchs who were at the peak of the mythical level. Patriarchs, who were usually hiding in the rear, seemed to have taken some kind of drug. This time, they charged forward in a frenzy. Although there were many spell formations, there was no way they could withstand the onslaught of so many blood demons. The first defensive spell formation set up by the fortress collapsed in an instant. Countless blood demons charged toward the second line of defense, which had already reached the fortress. On the fortress, many experts of the various clans displayed their ultimate techniques. They were very experienced in dealing with blood demons. Unfortunately, the blood demon tide this time was far beyond their imagination. They were not afraid of death at all. Everything they did was for the sake of capturing the fortress. How dare you! At this time, dozens of powerful figures flew up and charged into the crowd of blood demons. They slaughtered them wantonly. They were all powerful experts at the peak of the mythical level who were guarding the fortress. The blood demon tide this time was too strange. They did not care about the casualties or the gains and losses. All they wanted was to capture the fortress. This made them unable to sit still. In the past, although the blood demons were crazy, they would never do anything without a reason. They would not suffer such a huge number of casualties for no reason. Therefore, these elders could not sit still anymore. They all took action. As expected, as soon as these experts at the peak of the mythical level took action, they immediately reversed the situation and stopped the advancing blood demon tide outside the fortress. The concept of a peak mythical level expert and an ordinary mythical level expert was simply not the same. However, soon, the experts at the peak of the mythical level in the blood demon tide also charged toward the elders of the fortress under Yi Shiwen's control. Boom! 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 These powerful experts at the peak of the mythical level fought with each other. Their fight caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The surrounding space had just been repaired when it was completely destroyed. Above the blood cloud, Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the battle below indifferently. The person he was waiting for had not appeared yet. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to take action. Who are you? How dare you control these blood demons to attack us? Come out and meet me if you have the guts. A cold shout came from the fortress. Then a powerful figure with a terrifying aura rushed out and pinched a blood demon at the peak of the mythical level to death. His body was surrounded by countless rules that formed golden threads, indicating that he was only half a step away from the Tao-proving realm. He was only a little bit away. Who else could this person be but Jing Tianlei? This was the first time Yi Shiwen had seen Jing Tianlei in person. He was even more powerful than the rumors said. He was indeed only a little bit away. Judging by his momentum, he would definitely be able to prove his Tao in less than 100 years. He could tell at a glance that the blood demon tide this time was very abnormal. Someone was probably controlling it from behind. You've come at the right time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Shiwen's figure directly swept down from the blood cloud. He directly rushed towards Jing Tianlei with a tremendous momentum. Soul-breaking blood claw. His claw directly scratched out 5 blood scars, shattering the vast sky. The claws grew bigger and bigger. In an instant, they had grown to thousands of feet in size. They directly slammed down towards Jing Tianlei. Jing Tianlei was immediately shocked. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the 5 claw shadows. He fiercely stomped his feet and directly flew thousands of miles away. The 5 blood scars directly fell on the fortress, causing the entire fortress to rumble and shake. Countless arrays were instantly annihilated. A huge hole instantly appeared in the defense line that could withstand the attack. Countless blood demons swarmed out, and the defense line instantly collapsed. However, Yi Shiwen did not care so much. He directly took a step forward and rushed in front of Jing Tianlei. At this time, Jing Tianlei finally saw clearly who the person was. It was actually Yi Shiwen. In the past 5 years, he had not been able to find Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. Although he had always been worried about Yi Shiwen, he did not pay too much attention to him. How could a mere junior pose a threat to him? Who would have thought that it was Yi Shiwen who caused all of this today? Chapter 2194. You didn't expect that I would come to take your life today. There are many accounts between us that need to be settled. Yi Shiwen's eyes were extremely sharp. Back then, he was just a small fry who had just entered the mythical realm. He was besieged by 3 masters at the peak of the mythical realm and almost died. If it wasn't for Emperor Qin's life force that saved him, he would have died a long time ago. Among the 3 masters at the peak of the mythical realm, one of them was sent by Jing Tianlei. Both sides already had a blood feud. Jing Tianlei's forehead was also directly covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect that in just 5 years, Yi Shiwen would grow to this point. 5 years ago, Yi Shiwen could only avoid their sharp edges. Now he was actually so terrifying. But now he didn't have any other choice, so he didn't say much nonsense. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he directly threw it out. Immediately, an amazing sword aura appeared. The sword aura tore the sky, unpredictable and extremely powerful. After all, he was only half a step away from the Tao realm. He was much stronger than the likes of young Master Yang. Even if he was compared to the incarnation of the Shenyang City Lord, he was not the slightest bit inferior or even stronger. Yi Shiwen spread out his hand, and his big hand suddenly grabbed out. The void suddenly froze, and this sword chi seemed to be blocked by some kind of power in midair, and couldn't move forward at all. Bang! The sword aura was like a colored glaze, and it shattered on the spot and splashed out. Impossible! How can there be no reaction at all? Jing Tianlei's back was constantly cold. 5 years ago he was not so strong at all. He had complete confidence that he could kill Yi Shiwen with his body. The top 10 of the 3rd district is only SOSO. Yi Shiwen sneered, and a majestic murderous aura filled the air, directly distorting the space. Suddenly, it seemed that his whole body was distorted and nothing could be seen. Clang! The long sword in his hand burst out with golden light. In the boundless darkness, it was as dazzling as the sun. The sword aura burst out thousands of feet long and directly slashed down, fiercely chopping towards Jing Tianlei. Jing Tianlei was directly blasted away, and his whole body spurted out a mouthful of blood. On the spot, Yi Shiwen had blasted out a formidable power, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Yi Shiwen continued to chase after him. He was merciless and directly chased after him. This time he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and squeezed it into a big golden fist. Human Tao Fist! He blasted out a human Tao fist, blasting out a human Tao world. Countless mighty figures of the human clan manifested their figures in it, and it was enough to suppress all the worlds in the universe. Pooh! Jing Tianlei spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. All his martial arts were shattered in an instant. Under Yi Shiwen's series of attacks, he had no way to fight back at all. Yi Shiwen gained the upper hand from the very beginning. Most importantly, his strength was far inferior to Yi Shiwen's. Whoosh! A blade light flashed, and Jing Tianlei's head rolled down. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that he had died in Yi Shiwen's hands so easily. After Jing Tianlei's death, this fortress had no power to fight back under Yi Shiwen's offensive. It was completely destroyed by the endless demon beasts, and the wealth of this fortress had also fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. It had to be said that Jing Tianlei's fortress was much stronger than the soaring cloud fortress and the sky-bearing fortress. There were actually 4 bloodstone mines, and now these bloodstone mines had also fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands, making him suddenly rich. Originally, these bloodstone mines also belonged to the entire fortress. Although Jing Tianlei was the supervisor, it was impossible for him to take all of them for himself. But now it was different. It completely belonged to Yi Shiwen. For an ordinary person, it was simply impossible to take away these bloodstone mines. However, Yi Shiwen still had the means to do so. He directly deduced the nearby veins of the bloodstone mines and directly used Tianyuan mirror to dig away these bloodstone mines. After cleaning up the mess here, he directly removed the control of these blood demons. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to bear such consumption. Then he began to rush back to the soaring cloud fortress. And at this time, the entire void realm was suddenly stirred. The reason was that Jing Tianlei, one of the top 10 existences in the 3rd area, who was only half a step away from becoming a powerful existence, was actually dead. Yes, he was dead. This was because Jing Tianlei had also left a spirit incarnation in the void realm. This spirit incarnation had disappeared in front of everyone when he was participating in a truth discussion conference in the void realm. There was only one possibility, and that was Jing Tianlei was dead. Only then could it be possible. Suddenly, everyone was stirred. Although Jing Tianlei hadn't reached the truth realm, his tyrannical strength was also obvious to all. It was simply impossible for someone to kill an existence like him, unless it was an expert at the truth realm. However, with Jing Tianlei's intelligence, he shouldn't have provoked an existence at the truth realm. So, what exactly did he encounter? How did he die? And it wasn't just him. Some of the geniuses in the third area who had sought refuge with him had also died tragically on the spot. No one could imagine what they had encountered. How could they have all died together? Did they encounter a blood demon tide? This was also the only reasonable explanation. However, even if they encountered a blood demon tide and the entire fortress was breached, they shouldn't have been unable to escape. Unless it was an expert at the truth realm, or if they were captured by dozens or hundreds of experts, it would be impossible to cause such a huge impact. The news was still spreading at an astonishing speed. Nobody believed that one of the top 10 existences in the third area had actually died, along with all his subordinates. As an existence that was close to reaching the truth realm as long as he didn't die, even among the upper echelons of the deification abyss, he was well known and deeply favored by some big shots. Even though everyone knew that anything could happen in the blood prison, and even death was normal, they still couldn't remain calm when such an important figure died. There was even a rumor that when the news reached the upper echelons of the deification abyss, some of the upper echelons were so furious that they couldn't wait to kill their way into the blood prison to investigate everything. Amidst the clamor, yet another semi-annual battle tournament was about to begin. No matter where they were, even if they were in the blood prison, these geniuses in the third area would also rush back. There were very few people like Yi Shiwen who didn't care about it at all. Amidst such a clamor, Yi Shiwen also appeared in the city in the void. 5 years ago, he was still a prominent figure. Countless people were paying attention to the duels between him, Yao Shengqing and Jing Tianlei. However, 5 years had passed, and the duels had been held for a total of 10 times. No one knew how many people had entered, and how many people had been eliminated. The situation had changed. Except for Yao Shengqing, Jing Tianlei, and the others, no one remembered this prominent figure from 5 years ago unless someone specifically reminded them. Inside the city, there were many warriors and cultivators coming and going. It wasn't just the third region. Many experts from the blood prison also had their own primordial spirit incarnations in the void realm. Therefore, although the void was only a virtual world, it was not worse than the real world. On the contrary, it was more prosperous. We're really old. There are always new talents in every generation. Nowadays, the speed at which the new generation replaces the old is getting faster and faster. Isn't that so? 7 years ago, that monkey had just entered the deification abyss. In the competition half a year ago, he actually entered the top 20. This time, it is very likely that he will go further. It is said that he has been valued by a big shot in the upper echelons. He is also a powerful figure in the ape clan. He was accepted as a disciple by the big shot, so he can progress so quickly. There are not many geniuses like that monkey in the ape clan. Now that a genius has finally appeared, it is natural to cultivate him well. Yi Shiwen entered a tea house. The business was very good. There were many people coming and going, and countless words fell into his ears. What surprised him was that he actually heard information about the monkey again. It seemed that in the past 5 years he had also made rapid progress. Half a year ago, he had entered the top 20. Those who could enter the top 20 were, without exception, existences at the peak of the myth realm. Some even had hopes of entering the top 10. Now the times have changed. This time, many people who originally occupied the top 100 were kicked out because their time limit was up and they had yet to reach the Tao realm. Huyen Eanu is surprising. I didn't expect that she, who was originally ranked 11th, would suddenly become a new force. She is simply invincible in the world. Last time, she directly rushed into the top 5. This time, she might even be able to compete for the first place. Yi Shiwen was somewhat stunned. In the top 10 of the third region, the difficulty of advancing by one rank would increase exponentially. It was completely different from before. In other words, Huyeneanu was advancing by one rank every year. There is another person, Jundingtian. Rumor has it that he is the reincarnation of a deity. His cultivation is terrifyingly powerful. He has never met a worthy opponent. Last time, he had already reached the top 3. This time, I am afraid that he will go further. Next to Yishiwin, a middle-aged man could not help but say. He sighed. These were all heaven's favored ones. Although their cultivation was not as high as his, they were still existences that he could not compare with. The most powerful one is the newcomer who just came last year, Jian Fan Xan. It is said that he is a peerless genius selected by the Sword World. His cultivation is unparalleled. Although he is a bit annoying, his cultivation is indeed unparalleled. His rise reminds me of that person 5 years ago. Chapter 2195. Are you talking about that person? Someone seemed to have thought of something. If that's the case, then it's true. That person is also amazing. It's just that he has been quiet for the past 5 years. I don't know if he's dead or alive. You have to know that the people who are chasing him are not ordinary people. After hearing these people's words, more and more people remembered that man who had pierced the sky as soon as he arrived. What did it mean to be lawless? That was lawless. Is he very powerful? A young man said indignantly. Who the hell is he? What qualifications does he have to be compared with Jian Fan Xan? A slightly chubby old man next to the young man looked at him and couldn't help but say with a smile, You must be a newcomer. So what? The young man said indignantly. He just didn't know who that person from a few years ago was. I said that he must be a newcomer. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so ignorant. That person's name is Yi Shiwen. Speaking of his achievements are not as good as Jian Fan Xan's. However, the things he did were extremely sensational. It was almost his first time participating in the competition, and he had already entered the top 100. It was a sensation for a while, and could be said to be world-shaking. Someone said with a smile. The young man naturally didn't believe it. He had just arrived in the past few years. All he had heard was Jian Fan Xan's achievements. As for Yi Shiwen, only God knew when he had arrived. Only God knew what was so great about him. If he was really so great, why hadn't they heard of him before? I don't believe it. It's just that when the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey becomes the king. If Jian Fan Xan was there at that time, he definitely wouldn't have had the chance to be in the limelight. Someone next to him sneered and said he is just relatively low-key and is being chased. That monkey that defies the natural order has also said more than once in public that he was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at that time. The young man's face turned red and said, That's just a few years earlier. If he had come a few years later, he might not have been able to be arrogant in front of Jian Fan Xan. If he was really so great, why didn't I see him even once in the arena? I think he was simply eliminated. What do you know? He just left to avoid being chased. Do you know who was chasing him? Jing Tianlei and Yao Shangqing, who are the top 10 in the third region. Do you understand now? He escaped into the blood prison to avoid those two. There is no news that he has been killed. He is the only one who can survive being chased by those two. An old man couldn't help but say. Perhaps they might not have been convinced at that time. But at this time they naturally couldn't see a newcomer being arrogant, especially when this person was Jian Fan Xan. What is there to be proud of for someone who doesn't even have an actual battle record? Wait until he appears in front of us if he has the ability. Maybe he has already died somewhere. Besides, Jing Tianlei wasn't that powerful. Isn't he dead now? The young man said indignantly. He had just joined the deity transformation abyss, so he naturally didn't have any understanding of those so-called legends. In fact, he didn't even feel anything. After speaking, he was indignant and left the table, unwilling to continue staying. Jianfan Xan. Sword World. Yi Shiwen only knew one person from the Sword World, and that was Jian Wuchen. The Sword World was also a famous world among the heavens. It was the holy land of swordsmen. There were countless extremely powerful swordsmen who comprehended swordsmanship in the Sword World. However, although they were famous, very few of their disciples traveled outside. Jian Wuchen was one of them, and this Jianfan Xan was the second disciple that Yi Shiwen had seen from the Sword World. However, it seemed that Jianfan Xan wasn't that popular, but this had nothing to do with him. Even if he was a disciple from the Sword World, it had nothing to do with him. But today seems to be Huyen Ayanu's Tao discussion. Ever since he successfully broke into the top 10, he would hold a Tao discussion before every battle. Sigh, it's a pity that we aren't qualified to go in. At most, we can only listen from outside. Yes, the people invited to the Tao discussion every year are powerful existences who can rank in the top 100. In other words, people below the 9th level of Paong realm have no chance to participate in his Tao discussion. Many people suddenly burst into discussion. For them, participating in Huyen Ayanu's Tao discussion seemed to have become a symbol of honor. Not everyone was qualified to participate. Tao discussion interesting. There was no one on the seats, and only the voices slowly dissipated. Huyen Ayanu's Tao discussion was held in a valley in the Void Realm. There were bird song and fragrant flowers everywhere. Immortal birds and beasts were everywhere. Yi Shiwen walked in slowly. He was mixed in the crowd, but he didn't stand out. Deep in the valley was the venue for the discussion. Hundreds of seats were set up on both sides. Everyone knew that these seats were reserved for the top 100 experts of the third region because not everyone would come. In fact, less than half of the people would come. Moreover, some experts at the peak of the myth realm would come from other regions. It was just enough to accommodate the top 100 experts of the third region. And in the center, there were 10 thrones. Apart from Huyen Ayanu, who always sat in the main seat, the rest were tyrannical experts. Only a few people were qualified to sit here. The crowd entered the valley. Those who were qualified to sit took their seats, and those who were not could only listen by the side. They were all at the peak of the mythical stage. A few casual words from them might be a great piece of advice to others. Sun Qingtian is here. No one knew when, but someone shouted. Then a golden-haired monkey came in and sat firmly on a throne. He was tall and straight. After not seeing him for a few years, his aura was even more powerful. 7 years ago, he was already at the 8th level of Paong realm. Now he was at the peak of the myth realm. He was extremely tyrannical. After Sun Qingtian, another middle-aged man walked in quickly and immediately caused a commotion. This middle-aged man was 2 meters tall, and a horn on his head glowed golden under his eyes. From the surrounding people's discussion, Yi Shiwen found out that this man was called 10 Absolute Saint. He had just become the 10th strongest existence in the third region. The number of people in the third region was not fixed. A large number of people would be eliminated every 100 years. Moreover, some new people would be added every once in a while, and some old people would be eliminated. And this 10 Absolute Saint was a newcomer who had been added to the top 10 last time. He was tyrannical and occupied one of the thrones as soon as he came. And behind him, the blue-eyed golden toad also slowly walked in. He was wearing a dark green robe that revealed a kind of strangeness. Like the monkey, he had also entered the peak of the myth realm. Following closely behind him was a young man carrying a sword who was not inferior to the blue-eyed golden toad. Just like 5 years ago, he carried a long sword on his shoulder, like a peerless swordsman of his generation. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 10 seats had been occupied. The crowd started to buzz. It seemed that it should be almost full. Every time there were 10 seats, only 1 or 2 people would come. But this time, there were a few more people. There were actually 4 experts of this level. Including Huyen Ayanu, it was equivalent to having 5 peerless existences at the peak of the myth realm. Seeing an old friend, Yi Shiwen did not intend to continue hiding his whereabouts. He walked forward directly. His appearance immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Some people only felt that he was a little familiar, but they could not remember for a moment. Who dared to walk directly to the throne area? One must know that there were not many people who were qualified to sit there. There were only a few people in total. Even though there were 10 seats, they had never been filled up. Seeing someone coming over, these 4 people were a little stunned to see who it was. Who knew that with one look, except for the 10 absolute saints, the other 3 reacted immediately. This was because the impression that Yi Shiwen had given them back then was too deep. Even after 5 years had passed, they did not dare to say that they had already won against Yi Shiwen. After all, it had been 5 years. Wouldn't Yi Shiwen have worked hard to cultivate during these 5 years? It was only possible if he was really dead, as the rumors said. The 10 absolute saints also quickly remembered Yi Shiwen. The battle 5 years ago was too amazing. Although Yi Shiwen had left halfway, it did not prevent them from leaving a deep impression on Yi Shiwen. At this time, more than half of the onlookers also recognized him. Perhaps in the past 5 years, his reputation had indeed not been prominent. But as long as he appeared, he would immediately become the focus of everyone's attention. "That's great, brother. I can still see you back." The monkey somersaulted down and said in surprise, in the past 5 years, he had also gone to the blood prison several times. Although he did not completely live in the blood prison like Yi Shiwen, he had also gone there many times. However, there was no news of Yi Shiwen at all. He almost thought that Yi Shiwen was already dead, either in the hands of the blood demon, or in the hands of Yao Shengqing or Jing Tianlei. He did not expect to see him again now. "I haven't seen you for 5 years. Everyone is still as elegant as ever." Yi Shiwen smiled and directly sat on one of the thrones. Then he began to communicate with the monkey. "Who is he? How dare he sit on the throne? I've never heard of him." "You've never heard of him? You're not a newcomer. Have you forgotten Yi Shiwen from 5 years ago? Oh, so it's him. No wonder, no wonder. He is indeed qualified." Suddenly, while everyone was still thinking about Yi Shiwen's identity, a commotion came from the entrance of the valley. "Jian Fan Xian is here." Chapter 2196. Jian Fan Xian is here. There was a commotion in the crowd. Many people looked towards the entrance of the valley, only to see another peerless swordsman walking over. He was slightly shorter than the average person, only 6 feet tall at most. He was skinny, and no one knew what race he was from. His entire body was covered in green scales, and his eyes were spirited, like a sharp sword piercing through the heavens. A sword was hanging from his waist. It was deeply sheathed, but there was an unconcealable sharpness to it. A kind of sharp aura automatically separated the crowd. Some people with sharp eyes had already recognized him. He has actually entered the 9th heaven of Paong realm. It has only been a few years. What a fast progress! They say that he is a peerless genius in the sword world. It seems that it is true. He is indeed qualified to do so. What a strong sword chi! The martial arts in my body are so restless that they are about to cry. When they discovered that he had entered the 9th heaven of Paong realm, everyone's expression changed. Having entered this realm, Jian Fan Xian had become one of the top figures in the 3rd district. Coupled with the innate offensive ability of a swordsman, even the old guys who had been in this realm for a long time could not do anything to him. His status was also completely different. Monkey, who was drinking with Yi Shiwen, glanced at him. His face slightly darkened, and then he said, "Why is it him?" "He is Jian Fan Xian." Yi Shiwen looked at Jian Fan Xian with interest. He had heard people comparing him to Jian Fan Xian before, so it was inevitable that he would be a little worried. Jian Fan Xian was indeed like what everyone had said. His entire body exuded an unruly aura. It made sense. He was able to rise in Division 3 in just a few years. He indeed had the qualifications and strength to be unruly. Well, that's right. The newcomers are especially wild, Monkey said with some dissatisfaction. Monkey himself was not a good-tempered person, but Jian Fan Xian's arrogance was above his. He also said that he will definitely be the champion within 5 years. Hee. While the two of them were talking, Jian Fan Xian suddenly walked towards them. They did not say anything, although Jian Fan Xian had just entered the 9th heaven of the Paoang realm and was not yet at the peak of the myth realm. With his strength as a swordsman, it was still possible for him to take this position. However, he directly bypassed the crowd and arrived in front of Yi Xuan. He glanced at him and said, "Forget about them. Who are you? What right does he have to sit on the throne?" In his eyes there was some disdain. He was barely qualified to take a seat, and this level 7 of the Paoang realm actually dared to sit here. "What does it have to do with you?" Yi Xuan frowned and said, "This is not a place where just anyone can sit. Otherwise, wouldn't you be asking me to sit with you?" Jian Fan Xian said coldly. Only then did everyone understand that he did not want to lower his status. Ha ha ha, this is going to be interesting. Of all the people Jian Fan Xian wanted to find trouble with, he actually chose Yi Xuan. This is going to be interesting. Yi Xuan is known as the strongest disciple of that year. 5 years ago, he easily defeated an expert at the 9th heaven of Paoang realm. 5 years later, his strength is probably even higher. It can be said that his strength is unfathomable. But this Jian Fan Xian is not an ordinary person. Previously, when he was still at the 8th heaven of Paoang realm, he was able to fight against a 9th heaven of Paoang realm. Now he has directly entered the 9th heaven of Paoang realm. His strength is immeasurable. There were many old people present. Although Yi Xuan had only caught a glimpse of him, he had left a deep impression on them. Undoubtedly, the clash between the two strongest newcomers of the generation had undoubtedly excited them. "While I'm still in a good mood, you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, when the time comes—" Yi Xuan said bluntly, "You are Yi Xuan?" Jian Fan Xian also heard the discussion around him. He looked at the human in front of him with some surprise. "You have such a great reputation for nothing. I heard that 5 years ago, because you wanted to avoid Yao Shengqing and Jing Tianlei. You were chased into the blood prison like a stray dog. Is that true?" Jian Fan Xian said, "I didn't believe it at first. Now, it seems to be somewhat true. 5 years ago, it was said that you were already at the 7th heaven of Paoang realm. Now you are still at this realm. It seems that in the blood prison, you only care about hiding here and there, so you have no time to cultivate. I don't care who you are, I'll say it now. You'd better get out of here before I get angry." In his opinion, Yi Xuan was no different from 5 years ago. How dare he sit in this position? Moreover, in his heart, there was a faint hostility towards Yi Xuan. No matter what achievements he made, there were always people comparing him to Yi Xuan. It was as if he would never be able to walk out of Yi Xuan's shadow in this life. He was just a stray dog. How could he have such a reputation? We are both from the sword realm, but whether it is broad-mindedness or bearing, you are far worse than Jian Wuchen," Yi Xuan calmly said. "His sword is one of the best among all the swordsmen that I have ever seen. But for you, I can only see the sharpness of your sword, but it's still far from being comparable to you." Hearing Jian Wuchen's name, Jian Fan Xian suddenly pulled a long face and said slowly, "I didn't expect you to be his friend. Good, very good. Since you said that my sword is still far from it, do you dare to take my sword?" "Why wouldn't I dare? I told you, your sword is still far from being able to compete with mine. Do you believe me?" Yi Xuan sneered and said, "Not to mention Jian Wuchen, you can't even compete with me." Jian Fan Xian's face turned cold, and then he laughed loudly. Then his face was covered with frost, and he said coldly, "Even Jian Wuchen does not dare to say that he can compare with me in swordsmanship. And you dare to say that? Could it be that you have reached the Tao realm? I don't know what a Tao realm expert is like, but your swordsmanship is full of loopholes, and you have gone astray. Yishuin shook his head. Maybe it is because the opponents you have met before were too weak, so you have such confidence. But that is because you have not met a true master. Do you know why a sword needs a scabbard? Because a sword does not need to show off its edge all the time. Like you, before the fight, your spirit has already been weakened. And you still dare to say that you understand swordsmanship? Buzz. Everyone present was in a frenzy. Yi Shiwen's words were far from just a rebuttal. It could even be said to be directly aimed at Jian Fan Xian's heart, directly pointing at his martial arts. If Jian Fan Xian could not take it, even his martial arts might collapse. Finally, I have seen it. This Yi Shiwen is really amazing. It seems that he can see through everything at a glance. I have to admit he is indeed very powerful. This is only the first time he has met Jian Fan Xian, and he can already see through him to this extent. If it were us, we would not be able to do it. Humph. 5 years have passed, and you are still as arrogant as ever. The blue-eyed golden toad snorted coldly, but did not say much, because compared to Yi Shiwen, he hated Jian Fan Xian, who had no strength but was arrogant and despotic. Look, Jian Fan Xian has made his move. Suddenly, an invisible murderous aura filled the air, solidifying the air, making people feel a sense of suffocation. This was Jian Fan Xian releasing all of his sword essence. Good, very good. Since you say that you are so powerful, then let me see how capable you are to dare to say such words. Jian Fan Xian snorted coldly. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Rejoice, rejoice that you are in the void. If you were in the real world, you would not be able to escape death today. As he said this, the real elemental energy in his body surged, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. The sky above his head suddenly darkened, as if it was affected by his sword essence. Then, countless sword essences condensed and soared into the sky, turning the sky upside down. It turned into a Milky Way and fiercely slammed down on Yi Shiwen. Boom! The sword essence was as fast as lightning, bringing with it countless sword lights, born and destroyed in countless worlds. An upright force directly slashed down, cutting the void into countless pieces. At this moment he was a sword that was unsheathed, showing off its sharpness. Everything in the world rippled, and he was the master of the sword realm. Suddenly, the world turned dark, and all the light was devoured by the sword light that he hurriedly slashed down. Even Yi Shiwen felt it. It was pitch black all around, and he could not see anything at all. There was only that sword between heaven and earth, smashing the Milky Way. Countless people were completely shocked by this sword river of trigrams. It had to be said that Jian Fan Xian's swordsmanship was indeed very powerful. Many people had never seen such a tyrannical swordsman in their lives. Yi Shiwen, this sword of mine is called the Sword of Holy Light. It is the first sword in the universe, and it is also the most powerful sword in the universe. If you dare to say that my swordsmanship is not good, then try and take it. The surroundings were filled with darkness. Only his voice reverberated in the air. A beam of sword light shot out from the darkness, causing all laws to cease to exist. Time no longer existed. Space no longer existed. Everything vanished, completely trapped within the sword light. Strong, very strong. At this moment, Yi Shiwen directly spread out his hands. Just like what he had said earlier, he didn't use any strength at all. He just directly blasted it towards the incoming attack. Clang! An incomparably loud roar sounded, and Yi Shiwen actually directly blocked the sword. Everything was blocked in Yi Shiwen's palm, and his palm slowly closed. The sword light could not break free from Yi Shiwen's palm, and it completely collapsed inch by inch. That was the incarnation of Jian Fan Xian's swordsmanship, and it had infinite power, but it was caught by Yi Shiwen and crushed inch by inch. There was no way, and not even a little bit of aura leaked out. It was completely destroyed by him. Chapter 2197. The most powerful sword in the universe. I'm dying of laughter. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. The sword radiance in his hand was crushed inch by inch. It was as if the terrifying sword just now was just a joke. Next, you should try to take my sword. In Yi Shiwen's hand, the sword radiance that had been crushed by him reassembled inch by inch. It formed a sword radiance that was even more terrifying than before. It rose into the sky, and the boundless sword radiance illuminated everything. It was like the only sun in the world. Boom! The sword radiance pierced forward. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had already hit Jianfan Xian's body in an instant. The speed was too fast, so fast that no one could react in time, and it directly blasted forward. Kaboom! The sword radiance on Jianfan Xian's body exploded and burst into a series of shocking roars. A monstrous force exploded and instantly blasted Jianfan Xian away. This force was from Jianfan Xian's attack. Yi Shiwen returned all of it back to him. Even Jianfan Xian himself could not withstand such a terrifying force. In an instant, his entire body exploded and melted on the spot. Killed in one move. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. He was killed in one move. He was actually killed in one move. Jianfan Xian's strength was obvious to all. He was not a weakling in the 9th level of the Paong realm. He was infinitely close to the peak of the mythical realm. At this rate, it would not take long for him to truly enter the peak of the mythical realm. However, he was killed in one move by Yi Shiwen. Although Jianfan Xian was killed in one move by his own strength in the 3rd district, how many people could have the confidence to do so? It was simply inhuman. Monkey and the others also looked at Yi Shiwen in surprise. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The reason why they were unhappy with Jianfan Xian was that although Jianfan Xian was troublesome, he was not easy to deal with. If he was someone who could be killed in one move, he would not have been able to make it to where he was today. Monkey looked at Yi Shiwen in complete shock. In the past few years, Yi Shiwen's progress had reached a level that could not be measured by whether he had broken through to the 7th level of Paong realm or not. Jianfan Xian didn't appear again. Obviously, he didn't have the face to show up again. He was easily killed by Yi Shiwen in one move, and at the same time his self-esteem was crushed. He had thought that Yi Shiwen wasn't qualified to sit there, but now it seemed that he was the one who wasn't qualified to sit there. The rookies were also stunned. In their hearts, Jianfan Xian was already extremely powerful. Although they might not be convinced by Jianfan Xian, they had to admit that Jianfan Xian was strong. The gap between Jianfan Xian and Yi Shiwen was only a few years at most. However, in just a few years, the gap between them was already so big to the extent of killing Jianfan Xian in seconds, they opened their mouths. Even if they wanted to say a few more words for Jianfan Xian, they did not know what to say. Wonderful, wonderful, ha 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 ha. Huyen Aanu still arrived late and appeared on the throne. Everything around had been restored to its original state. After all, this was the void, not the real world. Restoring everything was just a matter of thought. As if nothing had happened just now, he glanced at the crowd and said, "This time I am very honored that everyone can come to participate in this truth discussion conference that I organized, especially Yi Shiwen. I haven't seen you for 5 years, and it seems that you are more elegant than before. Everyone said that Jing Tianlei is dead. Don't tell me that he died in your hands." He seemed to have mentioned this inadvertently. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if they wanted to see through everything thoroughly. The news of Jing Tianlei's death caused an uproar in the entire void and the entire deity transformation abyss. Countless people were shocked. No one thought that an expert of Jing Tianlei's level would die in the blood prison. Although the blood prison was full of danger, it was basically impossible for someone at his level to be killed unless he was extremely unlucky and encountered a Tao confirmation level existence. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, it was a very short time. He did not even have the time to escape. It did not seem like the actions of a Tao confirmation level expert. If he really encountered a Tao confirmation level expert, it would not be so simple. He would be crushed to death with one slap. But now Jing Tianlei was dead, and Yi Shiwen, who he had been chasing, was alive and well, and had appeared in the void dimension. All of this seemed somewhat abnormal. Could it really be related to Yi Shiwen? Yi Shiwen just said with a faint smile, "What do you think?" He did not deny or admit it, and then said, "Is the purpose of this truth discussion conference?" Ha 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 ha. That's true. This time's mission is not to explore this. Huyan Aanu saw that Yi Shiwen did not say much, so she did not ask more. She just said, "If that's the case, then I will start this truth discussion conference. I hope that my dear friends can give me more pointers." The truth discussion conference was divided into two parts. The first part was to elaborate on the great Tao that they had comprehended. The second part was the real truth discussion. On the basis of the elaboration, just now, the truth discussion would begin. This was also the part that everyone was most concerned about. The collision of different great Tao was wonderful. Every existence who could cultivate to the 9th level of Paoang realm was an existence of the great Grandmaster level in the outside world. Moreover, they were almost the elites among the elites. Moreover, there was a terrifying existence like Yi Shiwen who could kill a 9th level of Paoang realm expert in one move. One could imagine how brilliant the discussion of the Tao was. Everyone listened as if they were intoxicated. Many principles and the great Tao they'd comprehended were mutually verified, causing them to suddenly obtain extremely great improvements and obtain rather great gains. Even Yi Shiwen was the same. Although he had a wide range of knowledge, coupled with the mysterious space, he could almost be said to have dabbled in many aspects. However, it was impossible to compare with those who specialized in it. Many martial arts theories made Yi Shiwen exclaim in satisfaction. He only felt that his horizons had been broadened. It turned out that Tao enlightenment could also be like this. This was simply a collision of many great Tao. No one was necessarily right and no one was necessarily wrong. Even many seemingly opposite theories could already be used by two peerless experts. This was a collision of completely different great Tao. It was wonderful. Yi Shiwen also felt that whether it was the depth or the breadth of his understanding, he had further improved and gained a lot. Such a truth discussion conference was indeed very beneficial. However, this was only useful for discussing Tao with people of the same realm. If it was to discuss Tao with people much lower than oneself, then there would not be much effect. Although Yi Shiwen was only at the 7th level of Paoang realm, his martial arts comprehension was completely above many Paoang realm experts at the peak of the 9th level of Paoang realm. Yi Shiwen did not talk about his most specialized swordsmanship, boxing, and so on. On the contrary, he began to talk about many great Tao that he had dabbled in. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked by Yi Shiwen's erudition. This was really not something that ordinary people could achieve. To be able to cultivate to this level, which one did not know the principle of inferring other things from one thing. They also understood that understanding one thing leads to 100 things. However, in fact, there were simply very few people who could do it. Because of time, they did not have so much time. After the Tao confirmation, they had unlimited time. But before the Tao confirmation, they had limited time. Like the human race, they only had a lifespan of less than 10,000 years. They could spend a mere thousands of years to have already cultivated to this point by relying on specialization. Specialization in one area, it was possible to be brave and diligent, and they would not waste time in some useless places. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He was a very knowledgeable person. It could be said that he could talk about almost all kinds of martial arts. He was clear and logical, as if there was no content that he couldn't dabble in, not to mention his understanding of sword arts, boxing arts, and so on. It made the experts, who also practiced these martial arts, feel suddenly enlightened. Naturally, they did not know that while Yi Shiwen was preaching, he was constantly deducing with the mysterious space. Therefore, no matter what kind of martial arts they mentioned, he could say a little bit about it. Moreover, he had his own most unique insights. Although it might not be very profound, there was no doubt that he had his own understanding in it. This was the rarest and also the most shocking thing for everyone. 3 days had passed. Yi Shiwen had already consumed as many as 10 divine sources just from preaching and discussing the Tao. However, he felt that everything was worth it, because in these 3 days he had been preaching and discussing the Tao nonstop, which had made the Tao in front of him more and more clear. It made him feel that the future path was also getting clearer and clearer. The more he dabbled in, the more martial arts he dabbled in. Even many martial arts that he had not dabbled in before. Now he had dabbled in them all at once. This also made his horizons constantly expand. His understanding of martial arts had already reached a very profound level. Now, it had reached an even more shocking level. This made him have an impulse to immediately find a place to close up so that he could break into the legendary realm in one fell swoop. There was only a little bit left. It was nothing more than a matter of when the conditions were right. As long as he could comprehend the divine Tao law, everything would be logical. However, he did not have this time because the semi-annual competition had officially begun. Chapter 2198. The real battle had just begun. Thousands of geniuses, whether they were in the deification abyss, the blood prison, or other places, appeared in the void realm at this moment. Yi Shiwen and the others who were discussing the Tao also stopped. In front of them, a void portal also appeared. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate and directly entered the arena. The arena was located on an island. It was an island, but it was thousands of miles in size. It was like a small continent. You are Yi Shiwen? You don't look like much. It seems that the legend about you is just a joke. Suddenly, a vague figure appeared in front of him. He could not see the figure's appearance clearly. He could only see a pair of blood-red eyes in the dark shadow. It gave him a terrifying feeling. Your luck is too bad. You actually met me. This dark shadow exuded a tyrannical aura. It directly surged with the true meaning of martial arts, as if it could completely destroy the world. Those who could enter the deification abyss to cultivate were undoubtedly peerless geniuses among the peerless geniuses, and this person was one of the best, the 9th level of Powong realm. It's not certain who is the unlucky one. You are courting death. The black shadow's tone suddenly turned cold. Who do you think you are? A mere human dares to be so arrogant in front of me? I've long found you an eyesore. I've only cultivated for 3,000 years, and I've already reached this level. You want to fight me? You're still far from it. Suddenly, the dark shadow disappeared. The whole person disappeared, like a cloud of mist. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Shiwen. His speed was extremely fast, like a ball of thunder. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from that mass of shadows. It was holding a dagger in its hand, and it directly swiped at Yi Shiwen's neck. In the blink of an eye, it had already blasted up. The power of destruction destroyed everything. In the face of such power, even the 9th level of Powong realm would be completely annihilated. What was more terrifying was that this dagger was engraved with some kind of law. It faintly integrated with the world. It could not be seen at all. It had completely integrated with the world. It slashed down like lightning. The supreme, great Tao of assassination. In the face of this sword, Yi Shiwen remained motionless. It was as if he didn't care at all. His whole body was suffused with golden divinity. When this dagger swiped across Yi Shiwen's neck, it was directly blocked by his golden divinity. Clang! A crisp sound was heard, and boundless energy waves erupted. However, all of them were blocked by Yi Shiwen. He wanted to continue to cut off Yi Shiwen's neck with this dagger. Yi Shiwen stretched out his hand like lightning and directly grabbed this mass of shadow. Soul-breaking blood claw. Yi Shiwen's attack looked extremely slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Such a terrifying speed simply made people want to vomit blood. The 5 blood-colored cracks grew larger and larger, and even the vault of the sky collapsed from the impact. However, this black figure didn't explode. Instead, it passed through the black figure. It turned into fog at the critical moment. Then, Yi Shiwen grabbed nothing but air. In the blink of an eye, the figure had already flown thousands of feet away. A cold voice rang out, "You can't hurt me!" This is a bit of an interesting ability. Yi Shiwen could see that this kind of ability should come from the innate magical power of his own race. That was why he had to hide in the shadows. All of his abilities probably revolved around assassination. He was really a natural assassin race. It was a pity that he met Yi Shiwen, who was impervious to fire and water. Otherwise, if it was a master at the 9th level of Paong Realm, he would have already died in his hands. If Yi Shiwen encountered this kind of ability a few years ago, it would indeed be very troublesome. Because he couldn't kill it, the opponent was fast and had this strange ability to turn into fog. However, it was different now. His strength had long been tyrannical to a certain extent. This kind of trick was simply useless in front of him. Only the strongest strength could defeat him. However, do you think you can kill me with this kind of ability? Yi Shiwen sneered. He took a step forward, and his entire body instantly swept out. If the speed of that black shadow was more like an illusion, then Yi Shiwen's speed was more like an open and above-board speed. There wasn't even the slightest trace of strangeness in it. However, such upright speed left the black figure with no way to deal with it, because it was too fast, so fast that there was no time to react. Soul-crushing blood claw. Yi Shiwen clawed out 5 blood-colored cracks, and directly clawed towards that black figure. Just like before, it directly passed through the body of the black figure. However, this black figure didn't take the opportunity to launch an attack. On the contrary, it kept retreating. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. He took a step forward and directly followed up. Another soul-crushing blood claw clawed out 5 huge cracks. Your ability to turn into fog can't last long, right? That's why you have to dodge. It's a pity that the most important aspect of your martial arts is assassination. However, you actually want to fight me head-on now. It's really ridiculous. You idiot who can't even tell your own strength. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of this black shadow. He hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be able to figure out his ins and outs in just 2 rounds of combat. What was even more terrifying was that the speed that he was so proud of was nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. In other words, he couldn't dodge at all. Yi Shiwen just kept clawing at the black figure with a soul-crushing blood claw. The black figure's attack seemed so ridiculous to him. Damn it, Yi Shiwen. You forced me to do this. I originally planned to use this move to deal with Gen Fan Xan. Now, I'll use it on you in advance. Before the voice of the black figure faded, a large amount of qi directly burst out from his entire body. He no longer retreated because he had nowhere else to retreat. The short sword in his hand was directly forced into a straight line, like a starlight. In just an instant, it had already appeared in his hand and rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. Compared to his previous speed, it was several times faster. It was as if there was only a single line left in the entire world. Star break. Yi Shiwen's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a cold look appeared in his eyes. A shocking qi rushed into the sky from his body. He directly stretched out a hand and met the attack. Clang! This sword was a very terrifying sword, but it was easily grasped by his claw. This move was developed based on the principle of breaking the surface with a single point. It should have been successful, but unfortunately his opponent was Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was not a character that could be judged by common sense. At the same time, his other hand clenched into a fist, bursting with endless power of the mortal world. He punched the chest of the black figure. The black figure screamed on the spot, turned into a cloud of blood mist, and disappeared from the arena. Yi Shiwen was not surprised. Everything was under his control. Even from the beginning to the end, it was all within his calculations. The sudden counterattack of the black figure before his death was obviously because his atomization ability had reached its limit. It was impossible for him to be Yi Shiwen's opponent. 5 years ago, Yi Shiwen might have been seriously injured by him, but now it was impossible for him to even injure Yi Shiwen. Although the first round was somewhat unexpected to encounter a master at the 9th level of Poang Realm, this did not stop Yi Shiwen from moving forward. With the end of the first round, Yi Shiwen directly left the arena. Unknowingly, more and more people had gathered in the virtual realm and began to watch the competition. Originally, it was difficult to arouse people's interest in this semi-annual competition. After all, the competition was too frequent once every half a year. But now it was different. Yi Shiwen's return was one thing. Coupled with the death of Jing Tianlei and the elimination of the original top 10 due to the time limit, the top 10 that had not been shaken for a long time would probably usher in a big reshuffle this time. Among the previous people, none of them rose because they had stepped into the Tao validation. The new top 10 was about to be born, and these people would also be the focus of everyone's attention. Yi Shiwen came out so fast. I also watched the battle just now. The whole process was completely under his control. There was no way to resist at all. Too strong, really too strong. That's right. 5 years ago, his strength was already able to easily defeat a master at the 9th level of Poang Realm. Now, with his strength, I'm afraid it has reached an even more unfathomable level. I'm afraid that it is really unprecedented for someone at the 7th level of Poang Realm to be this strong. Although he had already broken into the top 105 years ago, he had not participated in the competition for 5 years, and his ranking had long fallen behind the 600th place. But he had just returned, and it had already shocked everyone. It made them truly understand that a king had returned. You have become stronger again. I have also fought with that guy. His ability is really a bit tricky, hee. Monkey could not help but say when he saw Yi Shiwen coming out. He had seen the whole process with his own eyes. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Yi Shiwen's strength was very strong, very strong. Several others also looked over one after another. Those who were present were not in the top 100, but those who did not need to participate in the competition. So, they had also watched the battle just now. Although there was a precedent of Jian Fan Xan being killed in one move just now, they were still completely shocked when they saw the scene. His ability is a bit strange, that's all. In fact, it is nothing at all, Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile, and the battle had just begun. Chapter 2199. At the same time, in a faraway space, a few imposing existences were seated on thrones, looking down at the masses. There was a lofty aura emanating from them, as though they were above everyone else. Even the peerless geniuses of the 3rd district were nothing in their eyes. This Yi Shiwen is not bad. At such a young age, he has already cultivated to the 7th level of the Poang Realm. More importantly, he can actually kill a master of the 9th level of the Poang Realm at will. Even we did not have such strength in the past. He is a disciple with great potential, and we should focus on nurturing him. Suddenly, one of them spoke. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. There was a flame between his eyebrows, and his eyes were full of vigor. Focus on nurturing him. He killed Jing Tianlei. Although there is no evidence, I dare say that he must have killed Jing Tianlei. Another young man said coldly, "We should capture him and interrogate him." This young man was dressed in a luxurious robe, and his whole body exuded a powerful force. He was ancient and majestic, and no one could underestimate him. Nonsense! There is no evidence that he killed Jing Tianlei. Moreover, in the blood prison, life and death are determined by fate. Don't you know this rule? The middle-aged man said coldly, "Lord of Flames, I spent a lot of time and effort to nurture Jing Tianlei. I originally planned to bring him to the universe battlefield after this year, and strive to enter the Tao-proving realm in one go. Now that he has fallen here, he is simply guilty of the most heinous crimes. The young man said while gritting his teeth, and his whole body exuded a terrifying light. I am warning you, the rules of the deification abyss are not something you can break. Otherwise, if you cause trouble to the Law Enforcement Association, don't think that you will have a good time. Besides, isn't he just one person? There are countless people like him every year, and we can nurture another one. If he does not become a god, he is ultimately just an ant. The middle-aged Lord of Flames said. The young man looked at the Lord of Flames, but in the end, he did not dare to say anything. If it was an ordinary person with his temper, he would have already started cursing. However, when facing the Lord of Flames, he did not dare to do so. Under the situation where the elders were hidden, the Lord of Flames was in charge of the deification abyss, and many things were managed by him. Over the years, his majesty had long penetrated into the hearts of everyone. Even he wouldn't dare to challenge the authority of the Master of Flames. You'd better not do anything overboard. A dead genius is nothing. Only those who survive will have hope. Don't you know what the transforming God abyss means to us? The Lord of Flames glanced at the young man and said, That's right. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The young man gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. That's good. The Lord of Flames nodded expressionlessly. Using the deification abyss to nurture geniuses is an established strategy. To be able to survive the nurturing of goose election is the true value. Yes, yes, yes. The young man nodded repeatedly. In the end, he did not choose to offend the authority of the Master of Flames. Flame Master, among the people this time, there are quite a number of them who are not bad. They are indeed worth nurturing. At this moment, yet another ancient existence spoke up. The moment he opened his mouth, he revealed an ancient aura, as though he had survived through the long river of time. Yes, I would also like to apply to bring Sun Qingtian away. The speed of nurturing here is too slow. I would like to bring him to the universe battlefield. I hope that the Lord of Flames will approve of it. At this moment, an ancient existence spoke up. This ancient existence was a monkey with long black fur all over his body. However, his body had a holy radiance, and he possessed unimaginable might and strength. The Lord of Flames looked at these people. Many of the geniuses this time were different from the previous ones. Many of them had great luck, so they had long been valued by many old fellows. They wanted to bring them away and nurture them, apart from Yi Shiwen, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The rest had already been decided. Their future was limitless. The Lord of Flames frowned and said, If you bring everyone away, wouldn't District 3 be lacking in strength? How are we going to compete with the others then? Naturally, he did not agree to bring everyone away. The others also looked at each other in dismay. Everyone had the same idea. It was not easy to find a good and qualified successor. Forget it. This matter will be decided after this competition. Moreover, it's already the beginning. What should we do if you bring all the elites away? After the Lord of Flames finished speaking, he did not look at these people. He looked at Yi Shiwen in the arena and said, Since you have one, you should nurture him well. In the arena, Yi Shiwen did not know that there were already people arguing because of him. He had also escaped from the gates of hell. He still followed the rules and fought one battle after another. With his current strength, these battles were naturally not difficult at all. Basically, he could be said to have crushed all his opponents. Very quickly, his crushing victory made his reputation rise once again. Originally, everyone's impression of him was that of 5 years ago. But now, after the battle at the airport, he showed everyone that he wasn't as simple as his reputation from 5 years ago. He won the first 5 rounds almost effortlessly. In the 5th round, he met an expert at the 9th level of the Pawang realm. However, he was still no match for him and was easily crushed by him. The battle started very quickly and ended very quickly. He blew up his opponent with one slap. If the battle between him and Jian Fan Xan had only been witnessed by a small number of people, then this battle had caused everyone to have a whole new level of respect for him. He was extremely ruthless. Most importantly, his strength was also extremely tyrannical. No one was a match for Yi Shiwen. By the 5th round, the battles had begun to enter a white-hot stage. Almost all the contestants were at the 9th level of Powang Realm, which was completely different from before. Not everyone was as powerful as Yi Shiwen, who could easily kill his opponent in seconds. Therefore, the battle still went on for a while. After much difficulty, he finally entered the 6th round. Monkey and the others who were originally sitting on the fishing platform also began to enter the battle. However, what Yi Shiwen did not expect was that his opponent in the 6th round was actually the 10 Absolute Saints. At this time, the 10 Absolute Saints saw Yi Shiwen and was a little stunned. Obviously, he did not expect that his opponent would be Yi Shiwen. However, he immediately calmed down. To him, it did not matter what kind of opponent he faced. It was fine as long as he defeated him. 10 Absolute Saints. I did not expect that my opponent would be you. Yi Shiwen said lightly, "Cut the crap. Let's begin. We'll talk about old times after I defeat you." The 10 Absolute Saints took a step forward. He was too lazy to say any more nonsense. A wave of primordial qi directly appeared above his head. There were 10 completely different colors. Each of these 10 colors represented a different kind of monstrous energy. This was his true unique skill as one of the 10 Absolute Saints. Although he spoke arrogantly in reality, he had already listed Yi Shiwen as a dangerous enemy from the very beginning. He did not hesitate at all and went all out from the very beginning. Not a bad unique skill. However, compared to me, it is still far from it. Yi Shiwen shook his head. You'll know when you try." The 10 Absolute Saints took a step forward, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and directly punched with his right hand. His tall figure directly drew out a shocking power. The mighty power turned into a long river that directly shrouded Yi Shiwen. The 10 Absolute Saints did not intend to hold back. He actually used the 10 Absolute Divine Fists right from the beginning. Someone outside the arena exclaimed. The 10 Absolute Saints was ranked 10th in the last competition. He could be considered to have become famous in the world overnight. Everyone was very familiar with his moves and some unique skills. They were also very clear about the level of the 10 Absolute Saints. However, such a tyrannical 10 Absolute Saints had used his full strength from the beginning. Obviously, he also recognized Yi Shiwen's strength and did not dare to underestimate him. The monstrous fist power turned into a power of 10 colors that swept over and directly blasted out. In an instant, it had already blasted out an unimaginable amount of energy. Yi Shiwen sneered. He did not stop at all and directly stepped forward. He also clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. The power of the mortal world leaked out from the gaps of his fingers and directly swept out. Boom! The 10 Absolute Divine Fists of the 10 Absolute Saints and Yi Shiwen's human Tao fist collided directly in midair. A bright light erupted. The energy, with the point of collision as the center, wildly swept out in all directions. It formed an incomparably huge ball and exploded. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back, slightly. The 10 Absolute Saints took advantage of the situation and attacked again with another 10 Absolute Divine Fists. The 10 Absolute Divine Fists of the 10 Absolute Divine Fists contain the strongest power in the world. Anyone who could obtain one of them and cultivate it to the extreme would have unparalleled power. Moreover, the 10 Absolute Divine Fists of 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 the 10 Absolute Divine Fists. It was not something that ordinary people could resist. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Shiwen's body, raising his strength to the extreme in an instant. He had already put on the 5 Emperor's battle armor. The power of the 5 elements was under his control. The Fist Tao incarnation and Blade Tao incarnation had also completely integrated into Yi Shiwen's body. All of this happened in an instant. Facing the 10 absolute divine fists of the 10 absolute divine fists, Yi Shiwen only lightly stretched out his hand and suddenly faced it. Chapter 2200. Boom! The power of the 10 ultimate divine fists was completely destroyed by Yi Shiwen's palm. It could not shake Yi Shiwen, who had entered his peak state. He was proud of his martial arts, but at this time the 10 ultimate saint finally realized that compared to Yi Shiwen, his 10 ultimate divine fists were far inferior. He was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. He was like a baby next to a giant. No matter what kind of terrifying power he unleashed, he was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. I don't believe it. My 10 ultimate divine fists are invincible. 10 completely different colors of light burst out from the top of his head. Spiritual Yuan soared into the sky, and his entire body shot up into the sky. He suddenly blasted a punch towards Yi Shiwen. He roared and urged the spiritual Yuan and spiritual power of his entire body. He was going all out. He wanted to defeat Yi Shiwen in one go, regain his momentum, and turn the tables. At that moment, he fully displayed the power of a peak myth realm expert. Coupled with the damaged Tao artifact he was wearing, he looked unfathomable. The power of the 10 ultimate saint exploded, forming 10 mighty long rivers. They directly monopolized Yi Shiwen, trying to kill him. It's useless. I've said it before. You and I are too far apart. Yi Shiwen's eyes were calm, and countless calculations were revealed in his pupils. To him, he could calculate countless possibilities in an instant. Everything was under his control. It was impossible to plot against him. Even if I don't use the divine weapon, you are no match for me. Yi Shiwen directly grabbed out with his big hand and instantly blocked the punch. It was simply effortless. After fusing with a few incarnations, Yi Shiwen's strength had also risen to a peak in an instant. Although he was still lacking a Blade Tao incarnation, it was enough for him. His other hand directly clenched into a fist and blasted towards the 10 ultimate saint. Boom! The power of his fist directly wreaked havoc in the 10 ultimate saint's body. The 10 ultimate saint's body trembled under this power, completely unable to resist. An unparalleled look of horror flashed in his eyes. He could not believe it. Why? Why? How could Yi Shiwen be so strong? Yi Shiwen, take my talisman! He clenched his teeth, and his whole body suddenly shook. Then a magic charm swept out from his body and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. In an instant, the sky and the earth shook, and the color of the sky changed. An incomparable monstrous fist energy blasted out from it, and it seemed as if it wanted to kill Yi Shiwen directly. This was an unparalleled power. The mighty fist energy within it was invincible and unparalleled. At this moment, Yi Shiwen felt as if he was about to be killed by this force. You want to kill me with this little bit of strength? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. He didn't even use any divine tools. He just intended to contend with it with his body. He clenched his right hand into a fist and fiercely punched out. The power of the mortal world directly collided with the monstrous fist energy. Bang! An incomparably loud roar resounded, and the sky and earth changed color. The fist power that the talisman had sent out was directly dispersed by Yi Shiwen. The entire talisman flew back and blasted into the body of one of the 10 absolute saints on the spot. Puff! The 10 absolute saints spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out. The power carried by the fist talisman did not seriously injure Yi Shiwen, but it completely blasted him away. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He slowly sat up and then said, "Lost. You are very strong." There was a bit of unwillingness in his tone, but he was sincerely convinced. This was because this time Yi Shiwen had absolutely won with his strength. He had used his strongest strength to beat the 10 absolute saints into submission. He had nothing to complain about. His true strength was inferior to others. Moreover, he had no enmity with Yi Shiwen, so there was no benefit in fighting him to the death. The surrender of the 10 absolute saints also caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. The strength of the 10 absolute saints was needless to say. He had already firmly entered the top 10 last time. This time, with the departure of some people, many people thought that he even had the strength to contend for the top 5, and his ranking had greatly improved. However, he was unable to fight back under Yi Shiwen's attack. Sigh, the 10 absolute saints actually failed. What a pity. He was also a peerless figure, but unfortunately he encountered Yi Shiwen. 5 years ago, he definitely didn't have this strength, but 5 years later, he has actually reached this level. He's too strong. Many people were completely shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength. Many people were guessing to what extent Yi Shiwen's strength had reached, and whether anyone could force out his true strength. It's a pity. He originally had the ability to contend for the top 5, but now he has lost here. With this failure, I'm afraid that he can only stabilize in the top 10 at most. However, it's hard to say how far Yi Shiwen can go. There are too many masters this time. Don't forget, although he is very strong, whether it is Yao Xingqing or the so-called reincarnation of God Jun Dingtian, they're not ordinary people. Not to mention, there are also Huyan Anu and the others. They are definitely not ordinary people. Yi Shiwen easily won this round, and had already tied with Yi Shiwen's previous highest record. Just like 5 years ago, he easily advanced to the 6th round. A large number of points were rewarded, and these points could be exchanged for Divine Source. Yi Shiwen estimated that the points this time were enough to exchange for 1 Divine Source. In addition to the rewards from winning 5 rounds in a row, he should be able to exchange for about 1 Divine Source. For the next few rounds of competition, the more points they would be awarded, the more points they would be awarded. If they were all converted into divine roots, they would be able to obtain more and more points. In the next round, if he could win again, he would be able to get 2 Divine Source. If he won the next round, he would get 5. Then, in the 9th round, he would be able to exchange for 10 Divine Source. In the 10th round, which was the championship battle, if he could win again, he would be able to get 20 Divine Source in one go. This was not a small amount. Under normal circumstances in Deification Abyss, one could only get 1 Divine Source in 2 years. If he could maintain being the champion all year round, he would not lack Divine Source. It could be said that he could cultivate to his heart's content in the future. Thinking of this, he finally understood what it meant to say that the strong would always be strong, and the weak would always be weak. In this Deification Abyss, this was the Iron Law. It might be a small gap at first, but as the winner received more and more resources to cultivate, they would naturally have an unparalleled advantage that the loser could not imagine. He could obtain 39 Divine Source in one win, which was almost as much as what he had obtained in the Divine Tomb. Moreover, this battle was held once every 6 months. He had risked his life to obtain these gains in the Divine Tomb. In Deification Abyss, as long as he continued to win, it would be enough. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. However, the premise of all this was that he could become the champion. Apart from him, there was probably no one else who had such confidence. After the battle ended, the 10 absolute saints and Yi Shiwen both left the space. As usual, he was the first to finish the battle. The others, whether it was the monkey or anyone else, did not finish their opponents so quickly. Compared to the previous round, there was no doubt that the difficulty of this round's opponents was a level higher. Almost all of them were in the top 100. Yi Shiwen finished again. Even the 10 absolute saints couldn't stop his advancement. He's too strong. I don't know who his opponent in the next battle will be, but I'm afraid it will be very difficult to be his opponent. Sigh, if we had half of his strength back then, I'm afraid it would be completely different now. Forget about back then, it's hard to say if we even have half of his strength now. Even those old antiques who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years did not dare to say that they were stronger than Yi Shiwen. Especially when they saw his crushing battle with the 10 absolute saints, it made everyone gasp. Soon, the monkey and the others also came out, beaming with joy. Obviously, they had also won one after another and successfully advanced into the top 50. However, the monkey soon heard that the 10 absolute saints had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. He could not suppress the surprise in his heart. Although Yi Shiwen was strong, he did not expect him to be this strong. I really hope that my opponent in the next battle will be you. The monkey looked at Yi Shiwen and said, As long as you keep winning, we will meet sooner or later. Yi Shiwen could not help but say with a smile, Ha ha ha, that's true. The monkey laughed and immediately threw that thought to the back of his mind. As long as he kept winning, they would meet sooner or later. Perhaps Yi Shiwen was just joking. Who knew that it would actually become a reality? Yi Shiwen's opponent in the 7th round was the monkey. Yi Shiwen, let's have a good fight. I've been waiting for this day for 7 years. Both of them entered the battle space. A big stick appeared in the monkey's hand. He could not suppress the excitement in his expression. 7 years ago, Yi Shiwen had already shown extraordinary strength, but he did not have the opportunity to fight with Yi Shiwen. He had been regretting this for 7 years. Compared to Yi Shiwen, he was more like a battle maniac. To him, having an evenly matched or even more powerful opponent was something very exciting. Let's fight. Yi Shiwen's expression became serious. He was very clear about the monkey's strength, and he was not an opponent that could be easily dealt with. However, there was still a long way to go if Yi Shiwen wanted to defeat him. It was unknown when Yi Shiwen had put on the 5 emperors' battle armor, but he was like an emperor that had descended to the world. Chapter 2201. A tyrannical aura burst out from both sides. The monkey also knew how powerful Yi Shiwen was. He could tell from the previous sermon that Yi Shiwen's strength was unfathomable, like a bottomless pool. The monkey did not dare to relax and shouted, If that's the case, then I'll start. The iron staff in the monkey's hand smashed down mercilessly. In an instant, the mountains and rivers were shattered and the sky was shattered. There was no move, just a simple smashing down had the power of thousands of kilograms. Soul-breaking blood claw. Yi Shiwen's 5 fingers formed a claw and directly grabbed out. 5 blood-colored cracks appeared. Dang! Yi Shiwen's palm directly touched the iron staff, and both sides retreated and separated. This strike was evenly matched. The attacks of both sides could be said to be powerful, which was also the characteristics of both sides' attacks. Yi Shiwen's body was unparalleled, and he could catch the stars and the moon with a raise of his hand or a kick, and the sky and earth split. Although the monkey looked thin, in fact, its body also contained unimaginable power. Inborn divine power was a description of this race. If it had not encountered Yi Shiwen, it could have killed its opponent with its strength alone. The monkey's hand smashed down again. There were no rules, but actually caused the chaos of the world to resonate and the faintly burning energy all integrated into the staff. Yi Shiwen's complexion didn't change. He pinched a seal in his hand, and a wave of boundless power directly integrated into the seal, forming the Hans Hans seal. He held the Hans Hans seal in his hand and blasted it towards the monkey's stick. Bang! With a loud noise, both sides collided fiercely again, and both of their arms were slightly numb. The strength of the other party was too great, and it was probably a powerful existence that could split the stars with bare hands. Dang! 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 In an instant, the attacks of the two had been carried out thousands of times, each more intense than the last, and the aura of both sides gradually increased. Yi Shiwen's hands were ever-changing, and all kinds of martial arts erupted with amazing power. No matter what martial arts the monkey had, it could not shake Yi Shiwen's strength at all. But on the contrary, the monkey didn't care what kind of martial arts Yi Shiwen used. He only used his iron rod to meet the enemy. For him, it didn't matter what kind of opponent he faced or what kind of martial arts he used. He only needed to use his iron rod to break the universe. The two of them were completely different martial arts. One turned complexity into simplicity, while the other turned simplicity into complexity. Both of them had been derived to the extreme. Both sides seemed to be training as they clashed fiercely. However, only the two parties knew that neither of them had held back. This kid is really unfathomable. Given time, he will definitely become someone great. In the alternate dimension far away, the Flame Master watched the battle and couldn't help but comment. Both of them are peerless talents. In the future, they will be the supreme talents of the Hidden Valley. They will conquer the world in our place. Sun Qingtian is indeed outstanding, but Yi Shiwen hasn't used his full strength yet. He hasn't integrated with the martial arts incarnation. I heard that the two of them have a good relationship. Is he letting Sun Qingtian do it? Many ancient existences couldn't help but comment. It could be said that with a glance, it could be said that Yi Shiwen's strength was far from his peak state. Sun Qingtian hasn't used his full strength yet. Don't jump to conclusions too early. The 8-man powerhouse couldn't help but snort coldly. His gaze was unusually sharp. But even so, he had to admit that Yi Shiwen was indeed an extraordinary person. It was indeed impressive to be able to reach this stage without any backing. How could they not investigate the people who were selected to enter the deification abyss? In fact, they had already investigated everything about Yi Shiwen not long after he entered the deification abyss. Everything was laid out in front of many ancient antiques. Yi Shiwen had many fortuitous encounters. Even with their intelligence network, it was impossible to investigate everything clearly. However, from the strength and martial arts that Yi Shiwen displayed later on, they could more or less infer some things. Compared to the orderly manner of others, Yi Shiwen's knowledge could be described as disorderly. He basically learned whatever he could get his hands on. This was a very obvious sign that he had no backing. As for the true martial school, the Yi family, and so on, they were not in their eyes at all. There was no difference between having them and not having them. This was also what made many big shots amazed. If it was someone else who learned whatever he could get his hands on in such a disorderly manner, he would have been killed by himself long ago. Any of the things that he learned were enough to study for a lifetime. Not to mention there were so many things, but Yi Shiwen was fast and good at learning. Whether it was martial arts, saber arts, or boxing, there was almost nothing that he was not proficient in. Therefore, everyone could only classify this as him having peerless talent, so he could be proficient in everything and be proficient in everything. Many people even secretly thought that it was a pity. With his talent, if he concentrated on one aspect, then his future achievements would be simply unimaginable. It was simply a waste of talent. The higher the talent displayed in the deification abyss, the more attention he would receive, and naturally, the more protection he would receive from the higher-ups. Look, are both sides going to go all out? At this time in the field, the two once again separated from each other. Yi Shiwen said, "Monkey, go all out. Even if you have another 10,000 years, you won't be able to defeat me in a battle of this level. If that's the case, then I'll show you the pure heaven rod I obtained previously." Monkey narrowed his eyes. Boom! Wave after wave of qi was released from his body. In an instant, countless Rod Tao laws all manifested in an instant, forming a world of Rod Tao. He directly condensed the Rod Tao incarnation, and his strength rose to another limit in one breath. He was originally already at the peak of the mythical realm, and now he had risen to a whole new level, completely exceeding the previous limit of combat power. Yi Shiwen saw that Monkey's Rod Tao incarnation was very skillful. Obviously, his comprehension of the Rod Tao had reached a shocking level. His strength had increased to a new level in one breath. Monkey said in a deep voice, "Yi Shiwen, I'm not like you who confuse several martial Tao incarnations, but I'm confident that my Rod Tao incarnation won't lose to anyone. Not everyone could fuse several martial Tao incarnations like Yi Shiwen, especially when one had yet to reach Tao validation. Every minute and second was very precious. To condense a martial Tao incarnation, one had to cultivate one aspect of martial arts to the extreme, and this required a lot of time, which was not something that a mythical expert who was racing against time to reach Tao validation could afford. It was only possible because Yi Shiwen had the mysterious space behind him, but even so, the consumption of comprehension almost made Yi Shiwen unable to persist. Yi Shiwen's face was as calm as water, and he also became serious. He knew that Monkey was right. If he did not have the mysterious space, he would not dare to act so recklessly. Now he could probably only condense one incarnation. This was the difference in opportunities. Yi Shiwen, you don't have to be lenient. Use all your strength. Let me see to what extent your current peak strength has reached. Monkey shouted, and his aura rose to the extreme. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he also wanted to see Yi Shiwen's true strength and did not want to continue like this. If that's the case, then all right. Yi Shiwen nodded and agreed. 3 martial Tao incarnations were instantly added to his body. Boom, boom, boom. Every time a martial Tao incarnation was added to his body, Yi Shiwen's strength had a tremendous change. It could almost be said that every martial Tao incarnation that was added to his body had a tremendous change. As Monkey wished, he did not hold back at all. Although the monkey's path was right, but Yi Shiwen had other ways to make up for the lack of time. Therefore, he could rely on the cultivation and martial arts comprehension of the people of the same realm as him to crush the experts of the same realm, and even surpass the realm to defeat the experts who were stronger than him. Monkey's expression finally changed. Watching from the sidelines 100 times, he could only feel the horror when he truly became Yi Shiwen's opponent. His imposing aura had completely solidified the air. It had almost transformed the surroundings into his domain and had fallen into his control. This was a generational gap brought about by the difference in strength. Even if he had a higher realm, there was still a huge gap between him and Yi Shiwen. He knew that he could not continue to wait like this. Otherwise, what awaited him was only self-defeat without a fight. Boom! Monkey's entire body was like an ape demon, standing tall in the sky, exuding a fierce aura from all over his body. All kinds of auras collided with each other, evolving into a shocking power. Countless streams of chaotic energy were released from his pores, fusing with the void and forming a chaotic kingdom. Monkey had won and adjusted his essence, chi, and spirit to the optimal level. Yi Shiwen, this is what I got under the transforming God Tower, pure heaven rod. No one has forced me to this extent. You are the first. Come and try. Monkey bellowed, and the iron cudgel in his hand rang out. Suddenly, the cudgel shot out, and streams of chaotic chi were released from its body. As the cudgel smashed down, it was as if a new world had been opened up. Boom! Countless divine rays splashed out from the iron rod, directly showing how extraordinary this seemingly ordinary iron rod was. It was also a very impressive flawed artifact. In his hands, it erupted with amazing power. Yi Shiwen was no longer arrogant, and the emergence immortal exterminating saber appeared in his hand. Boom! On the emergence immortal exterminating saber, countless murderous auras directly spread out, like the cries of dead resentful souls. Countless saber rays manifested and directly collided with the iron rod. Dang! With a huge roar, the long saber and the iron rod directly collided. Chapter 2202. Dang! A deafening explosion was heard, accompanied by countless energy shockwaves that spread in all directions. Both sides stood firmly, and no matter the impact of the countless shockwaves, they did not move at all. But if one looked closely, they could see that Yi Shiwen did not move at all, letting his clothes flutter in the wind. Although Monkey had also stabilized his footing, his hands were trembling slightly. The terrifying rebounding force had directly hit his body. He had blasted out with all the strength he had, but the rebounding force was the same as the amount of strength he had used. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from the hands holding the iron rod. Each drop was as heavy as the ocean, mixed with the golden figure. Even the wind could not blow it away, and it directly fell into the mud table red. Clang! The two martial instruments collided in the void, still clanging. The collision of the divine artifact level, especially not a martial instrument but a weapon, was simple and violent. Puff! The monkey spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood, countless Tao talismans were faintly discernible. This was his blood essence. It was only a collision, but the recoil alone had seriously injured the monkey. The monkey's eyes were a lot dimmer, and his whole body went limp on the ground. He could not help but say, "I admit defeat. I didn't expect the gap between us to be so big. I can't even take a full blow from you." The monkey knew that Yi Shiwen just wanted to let him see his strength, and did not have the intention to kill. Otherwise, if it were someone else, perhaps he would have been beheaded. He did not want to admit defeat and was unwilling, but there was no other way. Your strength is already very strong. If I didn't have several martial arts incarnations, I should not be your opponent. Yi Shiwen put away the emergence immortal exterminating saber and told the truth. After all, he was only at the 7th level of Powong Realm, and the monkey was already at the 9th level of Powong Realm. If he didn't have a few more martial arts incarnations, he might not be the monkey's opponent. Damn it, you only know how to fool me. Although you have a few more martial arts incarnations, I'm much stronger than you in terms of realm. If I lose, I lose. It's not like I can't afford to lose. However, I'm one step ahead of you now. Maybe I'll prove my Tao before you do. At that time, let's have another match. Monkey grinned. He wasn't upset because of his failure. Ha ha ha, I'll wait for you, but it's useless. It'll be the same even after 100 years. Yi Shiwen burst into laughter. Be *starred, you are looking down on me. Just you wait, although your speed of growth is shocking, I am not slow either. Sooner or later, I will defeat you, Monkey said, gnashing his teeth. Immediately after, the two of them burst into laughter. Not bad. Both of them have the potential to be molded. Neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. The Lord of Flames nodded slowly. Clearly, he was referring to the monkey and Yi Shiwen. A rare smile appeared on the Supreme Being's face. He didn't lose just because of the monkey's failure. There were indeed people who were invincible in their path, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Most importantly, they were not arrogant in victory or discouraged in defeat. Only then would they be able to go further. The 7th round also ended with Yi Shiwen's victory. Their battle was also the first to end. After waiting for half a day, the blue-eyed, golden-eyed toad was the first to come out of the arena. He seemed to have already guessed the result when he saw the two of them. They had witnessed Yi Shiwen's strength with their own eyes. If they were in Yi Shiwen's place, perhaps there wouldn't be much difference. However, the monkey was open-minded. He didn't seem to care too much. He was a natural battle maniac. Sometimes, losing a battle would make one's blood boil even more than winning a battle. Others might not understand this feeling, but he was very clear about it. He had walked out of resentment after he had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. He had turned his grief and indignation into strength, and had walked further and faster. However, the blue-eyed, golden-eyed toad was still very curious. Who could really defeat him and let him have a taste of it? Although he had long let go of the grudge and understood that there were benefits to losing occasionally, he was still unwilling to give up. Since he wasn't a match for Yi Shiwen for the time being, it was fine for others to fight. This battle was extremely long. It was not until 3 days later that the last battle finally came to an end. In fact, this was a real battle. It could easily last for a few days, dozens of days, or even decades. A crushing defeat like Yi Shiwen's was rare. After the last battle ended, the 8th round finally began. Because everyone was a virtual entity, they could instantly return to their peak state. There was no need to rest at all, and they immediately started. When Yi Shiwen stepped into the arena of the 8th round, he only saw a young man opposite him staring at him with cold eyes. A monstrous and terrifying aura also locked onto him. This aura was full of hostility and anger. He was only stunned for a moment before he recovered and spat out a few words. Yao Shanqing. Almost instantly, he recognized this person, Yao Shanqing. Although he had never seen Yao Shanqing, Yao Xingqing's appearance was somewhat similar to Yao Xingyan, so it was not difficult to distinguish. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to still remember me, Yao Shanqing said while gritting his teeth. How could I dare to forget? In the past 5 years, I have been thinking about this matter all the time. I didn't dare to forget for even a moment, Yi Shiwen said coldly. Although he had a good life in the sky-bearing castle for the past 5 years, he was actually like a stray dog and didn't dare to reveal his identity. All of this was caused by Yao Shanqing and Jing Tianlei. Now, Jing Tianlei had been killed, but he still hadn't found Yao Xingqing's hiding place. I only hate that I couldn't find your hiding place. Otherwise, I would have broken your neck with my own hands, Yao Shanqing said with a sinister smile. He and Yao Xingyan had a very good relationship. Otherwise, Yao Xingyan wouldn't have dared to use his name to commit crimes. Now, his only brother had died in Yi Shiwen's hands. He couldn't wait to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces. Yi Shiwen chuckled and said, Do you want me to tell you the address now? Do you dare to come? Yi Shiwen, don't be too proud. You are lucky to be able to come this far. However, your luck has come to an end today. Yao Xingqing's eyes were cold. They were like sharp swords that could pierce through Yi Shiwen's body and tear him into pieces. He indeed had the ability to kill people with his eyes. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen wasn't a pushover. Really? That's ridiculous. Don't you understand? You can live until now because I haven't found your location. Otherwise, you will end up like Jing Tianlei. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. Yao Xingqing's pupils suddenly shrank. Jing Tianlei's matter had caused an uproar recently. It could be said that everyone knew about it. Jing Tianlei was dead. Many people thought that he died in some dangerous place in the blood prison. They thought that he died because of a Tao-confirming expert, or because he was besieged by countless experts at the peak of the myth realm. Now, they actually knew that it was related to Yi Shiwen. It was actually related to him. It wasn't that Yao Shanqing didn't think of the possibility of Yi Shiwen, but he randomly rejected it. After all, relatively speaking, Yi Shiwen had the motive to attack, but he didn't have the strength to do so. A mere peak of the 7th level of Paoang realm wanted to shake the 9th level of Paoang realm. Wouldn't the world be in chaos? But now Yi Shiwen had personally admitted it, so it was a completely different matter. Did he really do it? It's impossible. He actually killed Jing Tianlei. At first, I thought it was impossible because I thought he didn't have the strength. But now you see whether it was Sun Qingtian or the 10 Absolute Saints. They were all defeated by Yi Shiwen. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. How could Jing Tianlei be stronger than them? It's really possible. At this time, the onlookers suddenly burst into an uproar. Although they had some guesses, Yi Shiwen's real admission still caused 1,000 ripples. The two of them joined forces to hunt down Yi Shiwen. In the end, they failed to kill Yi Shiwen. Instead, they were killed by him. It was simply a shocking explosion. This damn little bastard. In the endless void, the big boss who was related to Jing Tianlei was instantly furious. Although he had already confirmed it, when he heard Yi Shiwen admit it, his whole body still hummed and he exploded with anger. What are you trying to do? In the blood prison, life and death are determined by fate. Don't you know this rule? The sovereign of flames glared at him coldly, instantly suppressing his aura. However, he couldn't help but find it funny at the corner of his mouth. Good lad, daring to admit it in front of so many people. You do have some courage and boldness. Impossible. You don't have to scare me. Yao Shengqing immediately shook his head. He didn't believe what Yi Shiwen said at all, but in his eyes there was a deep sense of fear that couldn't be concealed. Originally, he was so confident because he felt that he had an overwhelming advantage over Yi Shiwen. Now that the situation was reversed, how could he not be terrified? Whether I'm scaring you or not, you'll know once you try. Yi Shiwen sneered. The 5 Emperor's battle armor appeared on his body. 3 martial arts incarnations directly rushed out and integrated into his body. In this void realm, he didn't have to worry about energy consumption at all. He used his strongest strength right from the start. As for hiding his strength, that was the idea of the weak. For a true powerhouse, even if he revealed his true strength, he wouldn't be a match for him. You're courting death. Yao Shengqing was furious. Incomparable killing intent flashed in his eyes. His palm directly turned into an incomparably huge cloud layer and slammed towards Yi Shiwen. Mighty King Kong palm. Countless golden divinities wrapped around his palm. Mighty King Kong palm. Unfortunately, I know it too. Let me show you. Chapter 2203. Yao Shengqing's palm directly slammed down. He didn't have any other weapons. His palm was a divine weapon that was comparable to a damaged divine weapon. Each and every one of his movements was as powerful as capturing the stars and grabbing the moon. He casually slammed his palm down. An entire world shook. The essence of the mighty Vajra palm lay in its power. Yao Shengqing and Yao Xingyan were the same. They both came from a terrifying clan with immense strength, and these 2 brothers were the cream of the crop. What was more terrifying was that Yao Xingqing's strength was much more tyrannical than Yao Xingyan's. Even Yi Shiwen had to admit that if he fought with Yao Xingqing 5 years ago, he might not be his opponent. But now it was completely different. Mighty Vajra palm. Unfortunately, I also know it. Let me show you. He took a step forward, and just like Yao Shengqing, he slammed a huge golden palm. Mighty Vajra palm. Bang! The 2 big palms collided fiercely. For a moment, it was as if 2 metals had collided fiercely. The metal attribute laws splashed out and collided with each other. The metal attribute laws were originally bold and fierce. They did not give way to each other. Yao Xingqing's eyes were filled with shock and fear. He could already understand why Yi Shiwen could use the mighty Vajra palm. It was clearly because he had swallowed Yao Xingyan's Palm Dao incarnation. It was simply unbearable. The aura on his body rose by a notch. He had completely integrated his Palm Dao incarnation into his body. His aura became even more terrifying and unfathomable. He was like a palm god, a great master. Every move of his contained the supreme meaning of Palm Dao. Yi Shiwen, go to hell and be buried with my brother! Yao Shengqing roared, although he also knew that it was only a wisp of Yi Shiwen's spirit incarnation in front of him. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He slammed his palm down again. There was golden light everywhere. This was the combination of the metal attribute laws and the force laws, forming the mighty Vajra palm. In an instant, it shattered everything. Ha ha ha, the mighty Vajra palm is only a so-so. Today, I will show you the real mighty Vajra palm. Yi Shiwen burst into loud laughter. His body moved, and his big hand suddenly shot out. It was the King Kong palm. It was even more tyrannical than Yao Xingqing's King Kong palm. Yi Shiwen had transformed into a Herculean King Kong at this moment. He possessed supreme might. He could grab the stars and the moon. He could destroy the world with just a casual wave of his hand. The King Kong's vigorous palm had burst forth with its true might in Yi Shiwen's hands. Yi Shiwen had cultivated the 5 Emperor's battle armor all year round. So he had already gained an unimaginable understanding of the power of the 5 elements. Coupled with the fact that he had devoured Yao Xingyan's Palm Dao incarnation, the mighty Vajra palm was no secret to him at all. He was able to deduce all sorts of essentials in a matter of minutes, and was even better than Yao Xingqing. Yao Xingqing's King Kong strength palm was overshadowed in front of Yi Shiwen. He was no match for Yi Shiwen at all. Yao Xingqing, who was proud of his Herculean Vajra palm, suddenly felt a sense of despair. The ultimate technique he was so proud of had actually exploded with even more resplendent might in the hands of the enemy. Kill! However, he had no other way out at this time. Countless golden lights were released from his body. The laws of metal attribute were both offensive and defensive. His entire body instantly transformed into the golden body Dharma idol, growing bigger and bigger. His palm quickly fell and urged the chi in his entire body. He was already desperate. He had no other choice. He could only take advantage of his realm, which was far superior to Yi Shiwen's, and plan to defeat Yi Shiwen by force. Yi Shiwen, I don't believe that I can't kill you today. He continued to increase his power, which also increased the power of the mighty Vajra palm. It actually triggered a change in the momentum of the sky. It contained an unparalleled and terrifying palm power that could destroy everything. Yi Shiwen was not afraid. He also blasted out the mighty Vajra palm. His eyes were extremely cold. In his eyes, Yao Xingqing was no longer strong enough. He no longer had the previous fear. Moreover, he had already seen through Yao Xingqing's martial arts. Many changes were clear in his heart. It was impossible for Yao Xingqing to escape from his grasp. Boom! Yi Shiwen's mighty Vajra palm directly broke Yao Xingqing's mighty Vajra palm with force. Yao Xingqing was not his opponent at all, and his palm directly blasted him away. You're just SOO. After cultivating for so many years, have you lived your life like a dog? Yi Shiwen sneered. After breaking Yao Xingqing's power directly, he took advantage of the victory and chased after Yao Xingqing. He took a step forward and suddenly caught up with Yao Xingqing. A palm slapped down and directly broke his golden body. Damn Yi Shiwen, I want you to die. Yao Xingqing was seriously injured by Yi Shiwen in one move. He was already a little crazy. He directly roared, and countless laws of metal attribute turned into sharp swords that blasted towards Yi Shiwen on the spot. Yi Shiwen sneered. His golden body was broken, and he still wanted to be arrogant in front of him with such childish strength. He directly collected all the sharp swords formed by the laws of metal attribute. Then he gave Yao Xingqing a taste of his own medicine and fiercely pressed it into Yao Xingqing's chest. Boom! Yao Xingqing's body exploded on the spot. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. Those who paid attention to Yi Shiwen's strength were shocked, and they didn't know what to say. This was not like the battle with the monkey just now. In the battle with the monkey, Yi Shiwen relied on his own strength. Now he was giving Yao Xingqing a taste of his own medicine. This gave them a deeper shock. From the beginning of Yao Xingqing's debut, he used his mighty Vajra palm to fight in the 3rd district. It was hard to find an opponent. However, he was defeated by Yi Shiwen's even more powerful mighty Vajra palm. Moreover, he was defeated without any power to fight back. This was ironic, a great irony. Dying under his own famous lost technique could be said to be a supreme irony. Yi Shiwen, I want you to die without a burial place. Somewhere in the blood prison, Yao Xingqing roared crazily, and countless surging energy swept out instantly. However, there was incomparable fear in his eyes. Yi Shiwen's strength had unknowingly grown to this point in these 2 years. It was simply incredible. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. The fact that Yi Shiwen was able to defeat him in the mirage in such a swift manner showed that Yi Shiwen's strength was far above his own. This made him terrified. At this time, he was 100% convinced that Jing Tianlei died in Yi Shiwen's hands. Otherwise, there was no explanation for Jing Tianlei's sudden death in any case. Judging from the strength that Jing Tianlei had shown, he definitely had this strength. At this time, the situation was completely reversed. He was no longer thinking about how to find Yi Shiwen and kill him. On the contrary, he had to hide everywhere to avoid being found by Yi Shiwen. At this time he was extremely hateful. He hated the rules of the blood prison. He could kill people at will, and the higher-ups didn't care about it at all. He was about to die of anger. I must calm down. I must calm down. He forced himself to calm down. My only way now is to enter Tao confirmation. As long as I enter Tao confirmation, Yi Shiwen can kill me if he wants to. Hiding was not a solution. He was not like Yi Shiwen, who had the heart of the blood realm to help conceal his aura. Even if he appeared in front of Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to see through him. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He would definitely be found after a long time. At this moment, the only way to resolve this problem was to prove one's Tao and prove one's Tao. Fortunately, he had prepared for hundreds of years in order to prove his Tao. He had been stuck at the peak of the mythical stage for decades. He had made sufficient preparations. Although he had yet to reach his limit, he could still make a breakthrough. Damn Yi Shiwen. Wait for me to Tao confirmation. I will make sure you will never be able to reincarnate. You will be tortured for generations, he said while gritting his teeth. It was Yi Shiwen who forced him into a dead end. He had no choice but to Tao confirmation in order to survive. If it was before, he would never have dreamed that one day he would be forced into such a situation. It was simply a miracle. The aftermath of Yi Shiwen's defeat of Yao Xingqing had just spread out. It was different from the monkey and the 10 absolute saints. Whether it was the monkey or the 10 absolute saints, they were all new faces. In everyone's hearts, they were far from being comparable to Yao Xingqing. Especially this time, many of the original 1,000 people were eliminated in one go. There were not many people left in the top 10. Yao Xingqing, on the other hand, was the elder and backbone of the remaining people. Judging from the past, even if he wasn't the strongest, he should still be one of the strongest. Unfortunately, he met Yi Shiwen in advance. He only made it to the 8th round and was defeated by Yi Shiwen. One could imagine just how shocked everyone was right now. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. At the same time, it also meant that Yi Shiwen, the new star, was rising. Whether they were willing or not, they had to put away their arrogant faces in the face of Yi Shiwen, who was becoming more and more tyrannical. They had to show enough respect to this new powerhouse. Judging from Yi Shiwen's situation, as long as he was not completely wiped out, there would definitely be a place for him in the top 10 of the 3rd region. Thinking about it carefully, this was the 2nd time he participated in the competition. He was actually able to rush into the top 10. Moreover, including the time he spent in the God Transformation Abyss, it was only 7 years. He had actually grown to this point in 7 years. It was absolutely shocking. Amidst these shocked voices, the 9th round of the competition officially began. Chapter 2204. Yi Shiwen's opponent in the 9th round was none other than the one who led him into the deity Transformation Abyss, Huyen Aanu. I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Huyen Aanu smiled and said, What's even more unexpected is that in just a few short years, you actually have the strength to reach this step. Indeed, compared to you, our time has been wasted. Huyen Aanu smiled and didn't seem to mind Yi Shiwen's words. He still remembered how he didn't put Yi Shiwen in his eyes at all. Just one punch was enough to make Yi Shiwen sweat profusely. However, the current situation was no longer the same as it was 7 years ago. It was completely different. I also want to see how much strength you have. Yi Shiwen said. Like a galaxy, a long sword instantly appeared in his hand. In an instant, it was like an overturned sea, directly blasting towards Huyen Aanu. His body followed the sword, bringing with it a boundless sword intent, like a torrential sea. Yi Shiwen used his full strength because he knew very well that Huyen Aanu was very strong, even stronger than Yao Xingqing from before. She was not an opponent that he could easily ignore. Huyen Aanu clenched her fist and directly punched towards Yi Shiwen. Her punch was like a meteor streaking across the earth, shattering the night sky and dragging along an unimaginably astonishing power as it blasted towards him. It didn't seem very fast, but it was extremely fast. In the next moment, it had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. Boom! The fist and the sword intent collided directly, setting off stormy waves. The divine radiance that burst out directly covered everything. No one could see what was happening inside. Your fist intent is very strong, but it's still not my opponent. Watch me break it. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's voice was heard amidst the explosion. Clang! A clanging sound of a sword light came from within. A ray of sword chi soared into the sky, directly dispersing the aftermath that had yet to dissipate. The sword intent filled the sky. It was incomparably sharp, capable of breaking the sky. Looking from afar, Yi Shiwen was as powerful as a god of swordsmanship. No one could stop him. The sword will and the fist will collided fiercely. They were still colliding fiercely. The sword will and the fist will both manifested a vision, fighting in midair. However, Yi Shiwen's sword intention was even stronger. The old sword intention hadn't been exhausted yet, but the new sword intention had already swept out, wave after wave, just like the endless waves of the sea. Huyen Aonu's fist energy was easily broken by Yi Shiwen. In front of Yi Shiwen's sword intention, she was simply unable to withstand a single blow. Huyen Aonu's martial Tao comprehension had reached a very profound level, but unfortunately, Yi Shiwen's strength was even stronger. The power of several martial Tao incarnations had increased his strength to an astonishing level. Huyen Aonu retreated a few steps and barely avoided the range of Yi Shiwen's sword intention. Then, she raised her fist and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. The fist intention revealed a monstrous momentum, sweeping in all directions. Eat my sword again! Yi Shiwen held the sword in his hand. Without any unnecessary movements, he directly slashed down. He wanted to rely on his own strength to eat. Like a white rainbow piercing through the sun, it directly crashed down. Behind him, the domain of swordsmanship was completely unfolded. Countless sword chi rushed out. Boom! It was another even more astonishing collision. The power of both sides was even stronger than before. Yi Shiwen's sword chi was incomparably sharp and directly broke through Huyen Aonu's fist energy. No matter how terrifying his fist energy was, Yi Shiwen's sword ki was always more powerful. His sword ki didn't have any other sword intention, only sharpness, incomparably sharpness. No matter how powerful the fist intention was, it was simply nothing in front of his sword ki. It's time to end this! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He took a step forward and pinched a sword technique. There was a clanging sound in the void, followed by a huge magic sword. It was unknown when it had condensed, but it instantly fell down and directly chopped down towards Huyen Aonu. Roar! Huyen Aonu, who was forced into a desperate situation, no longer had the gentle and elegant image that he had shown all along. He roared like a beast. After the terrifying roar, his entire person became even more terrifying. The fist incarnation behind him suddenly condensed, and countless fist energies were projected onto his body. At this moment, he had reached an unimaginable level. His whole body was getting more and more tyrannical. His whole body seemed to be attached with a layer of golden aura. His hands suddenly tore apart Yi Shiwen's magic sword into pieces on the spot. He had already entered a state of madness. He roared, "Yi Shiwen, take my fist too!" He had already come this far. This time, he was going to win the championship. How could he allow himself to fail here? Boom! His fist pressure condensed into a vortex and rotated outwards. In an instant, it formed a huge storm that covered the sky and the sun. It enveloped the entire world and shrouded Yi Shiwen on the spot. On the other side, Yi Shiwen's fingers condensed and pinched a few sword techniques. Countless sword qi gushed out of his body and formed a sword array around him. Whoosh! 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 Yi Shiwen pointed with his finger. The sword qi directly turned into countless sword lights and formed a huge tornado. It fiercely blasted towards Huyen Eanu. Rumble! A series of explosions came, as if stars were exploding on the spot. Boom! A fist was like a star tearing towards Yi Shiwen. It came and went like a ghost and was extremely fast. However, Yi Shiwen was not an ordinary person. He reacted almost instantly. The devil wings on his back suddenly spread out and instantly protected him. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The fist fiercely blasted on the devil wings, causing layers of ripples. In the end, it was still unable to break the defense of the devil wings. One sword to break the horizon. Yi Shiwen let out a loud and sonorous cry. The sword in his hand directly blasted out. The sword light formed a sword and turned into a galaxy. It carried supreme power and suppressed Huyen Eanu's head. Huyen Eanu obviously did not expect that her attack would not be effective at all. She could not even break Yi Shiwen's defense. She was not prepared at all and was immediately slashed by Yi Shiwen's sword light. In the blink of an eye, all of his Empyrean energy and armor exploded and shattered into pieces. This was a terrifying power. Blood splashed out. His chest was torn by Yi Shiwen's sword light, leaving a huge crack. All his bones were neatly cut and his internal organs were blasted. It was incomparably ferocious looking. What a strong power! Oh my God, am I seeing things? Even Huyen Eanu is not his opponent. How is this possible? Unless a Tao-confirming expert takes action, I'm afraid not many people can be his opponent. Many experts who were watching this battle were completely shocked at this moment. Their expressions changed. Yi Shiwen's strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Whether it was the monkey, Yao Shengqing, or the current Huyen Eanu, none of them were Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. They could not even stop Yi Shiwen. In fact, it wasn't just the various experts who were shocked. Even the Flame Overlord, who had been watching the battle closely, revealed a look of astonishment. Can a demigod really have such power? Even without using the power of the law, his own strength is almost close to our strength. Isn't that right? Even I was shocked by that blow just now. These ancient great existences had seen all kinds of amazing geniuses. However, those geniuses could not surprise them at all because they were even more amazing than those geniuses. But now they were shocked by Yi Shiwen. One could imagine the shock that Yi Shiwen gave them. However, it was only a shock. For experts like them, their own strength was one thing, but it was only a small part of their own strength. In the arena, Yi Shiwen pinched a sword art. A sword light broke through the sky and directly slashed into Huyen Eanu's chest. He did not give her any chance to fight back and completely strangled her. Huyen Eanu was defeated. Yi Shiwen also won the 9th round with ease. He came out of the arena space, and sure enough, he was the first one to appear. The surrounding discussions became louder and louder. Everyone seemed to be a little numb. From the beginning of the first battle, Yi Shiwen did not seem to put in much effort. It could be said that he swept away all his opponents. At the beginning, he was not a well-known figure, which was nothing. But as time went on, all of his opponents were famous existences, yet none of them were his match. This time, the one he defeated was Huyen Eanu, who was already famous. Before this battle, Huyen Eanu was known to be the champion. Although the popularity did not necessarily represent her true strength, it was still the recognition of everyone. What was even more unexpected was that she was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. She could not even force Yi Shiwen into a bitter fight. They saw the whole process with their own eyes. Huyen Eanu was completely crushed. Even a threatening counterattack was pitiful. After a while, Huyen Eanu reappeared in the virtual world. His face was somewhat ugly. No matter how open-minded he was, He was defeated by Yi Shiwen in the battle just now. It was also an embarrassing thing. Seeing Yi Shiwen again, his face was a bit unnatural. He said, "Don't forget, you won by stepping on my corpse. This is the last battle. You must not lose." Yi Shiwen smiled. "That's natural." He looked at the many arenas. The finals had already begun, and his last opponent was none other than Jun Dingtian, who had swept all his opponents to the last round of the finals. Chapter 2205. Yi Shiwen and Jun Dingtian are finally going to fight. I heard that they have a grudge against each other. They came to the deity Transformation Abyss at almost the same time. Now, both of them are qualified to be the champion. It's a pity that among the thousands of people who can participate in the battle, every one of them is a peerless genius. They are the supreme talents in their respective worlds. Only these two can make it this far. But I still favor Jun Dingtian. Although Yi Shiwen is powerful, he can't be compared to the reincarnation of a deity. It seems that Jun Dingtian will win. Not necessarily. Even if he is the reincarnation of a deity, he may not be able to cultivate to become a deity again. Moreover, he has yet to prove his Tao again. Yi Shiwen is not an ordinary person. What genius! What myth peak! They are all jokes in front of him. They are no match for him at all. Everyone was talking about it. Although the 10th round was still going on, this was the only battle that everyone was paying attention to. When the bell rang, Yi Shiwen and Jun Dingtian entered the arena almost at the same time. "Yi Shiwen, I didn't expect you to make it this far. It's really beyond my expectations." Jun Dingtian stood with his hands behind his back. His words were full of confidence. It was as if a living god had descended into the world. "If you can make it to the last round, why can't I?" Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "It's a pity that this is only the mirage. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me." Jun Dingtian said faintly, "If I can defeat you once, I can naturally defeat you again." Yi Shiwen said, "That's just your luck." Jun Dingtian said disdainfully. His expression did not change at all. Obviously, he did not care about his previous defeat. "I am the reincarnation of a deity. The closer I am to proving my Tao, the more strength I can release. The more powerful I am, the more you can't understand. Ha ha ha, that's great. The stronger you are, the more I want to destroy your confidence. So what if you are the reincarnation of a deity? In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash." Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with a sharp look, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Yi Shiwen's hands were empty, just a pair of bare fists. "Trash, how? Watch me kill you now." Jun Dingtian took a step forward, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Countless sword principle laws appeared, and evolved into a huge sword principle kingdom. The heavens were shattered. Countless comprehensions and changes of sword principle were contained in it. In his hands, the sword principle had already reached a magical level. Just a simple slash of the sword had great power. In his hands, the sword principle had already reached a great power. Clang! Yi Shiwen stretched out his claw and directly blocked this sword that could transform something rotten into something magical. Frightening power spread out in all directions. The might of the Judgment Divine Claw was displayed to the extreme in his hands. "Fool, do you really think you're my match?" Jun Dingtian was not in a hurry. He swung the sword in his hand, and the sword intention was everywhere, like the stars in the night sky, covering the world. Another sword attack directly broke the remaining power of Yi Shiwen's claw, and then went straight to Yi Shiwen's face. The power of this sword suppressed all directions, and its sound shook the world. "Human Tao Fist!" Yi Shiwen shouted. Between his fingers, countless power of the mortal world rushed out, forming a world of human Tao, and suppressed Jun Dingtian with the terrifying intelligence of the world. Boom! Both sides clashed once again. As they clashed, shock waves spread out in all directions in a spherical shape. The entire world shattered with a loud bang. It was as if everything was going to be destroyed in the battle between the two sides. Everyone was shocked. The Void Realm was not a real world. Although there was no special formation to protect it, it was an illusory world, so it was extremely difficult to be destroyed. In the previous rounds of battle, no matter how fierce the battle was, they could not break this world. The battle between the two almost broke the world. One could imagine how terrifying the destructive power of both sides was. Is this really the destructive power that a demigod can have? If it was in the real world, such a battle would be enough to destroy a world. There's no doubt about it. But such a collision was nothing compared to the battle between the two. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already clashed thousands of times, each time more intense and more terrifying than the last. Every time, the world was pushed to the brink of collapse. If it weren't for the countless principles in the mirage that would automatically mend the world, it would have already been completely destroyed. The battle between both sides had surpassed the level of demigods, and to some extent had reached the level of the legendary gods. Jun Dingtian's sword qi was more intense than the last, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It was easy to destroy the world, but Yi Shiwen did not move an inch. No matter how terrifying his sword qi was, it was easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. No one knew when Yi Shiwen had put on the 5 Emperors' battle suit. The sword qi could not bypass the 5 elements formation formed by the 5 Emperors' battle suit and was completely swallowed by the formation. Any sword qi that passed through his hands would be devoured by the 5 elements great formation and then transformed into nutrients for the 5 elements great formation, making the 5 elements great formation even more terrifying. The mysterious space in Yi Shiwen's body was also operating crazily. He did not hesitate to burn a piece of divine source, and the divine source turned into spiritual energy and great Tao imprint, and directly poured into the mysterious space. He wanted to deduce many of Jun Dingtian's martial arts from the battle. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Every time they fought, he could deduce some of Jun Dingtian's martial arts. But he also knew that Jun Dingtian had not used his full strength, and he had not used the 3,000 sword principles, so he was not in a hurry. Not only did he want to defeat Jun Dingtian in the Void Realm, but he also wanted to kill Jun Dingtian in the real world. So he must have a deep understanding of Jun Dingtian. The battle between the two was like moving clouds and flowing water, without the slightest delay. It was almost like a textbook, free and unfettered, but all of them were strange and tricky. Everyone could see that even in front of Jun Dingtian, who was known as the reincarnation of a deity, Yi Shiwen was not at a disadvantage. Many people could not help but be moved. Many people knew very well that the closer the reincarnation of a deity was to proving his Tao, the stronger his strength would be. Almost no one in the same realm could rival him, not to mention that Yi Shiwen's realm was 2 whole realms lower. Both of them are invincible geniuses, so it's not surprising that either of them wins. Peak genius, Jun Dingtian is the reincarnation of a deity. Who is this Yi Shiwen? Is he also the reincarnation of some big shot? Everyone was completely immersed in the battle and did not dare to relax. Even they did not dare to say that they could completely see through the movements of the two. It was too fast and powerful. It was simply incredible. You are deducing my martial arts. Jun Dingtian suddenly retreated, his eyes slightly cold, and said, "That's right. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The next time I see your real body, it will be the time you die." Yi Shiwen did not deny it because there was no need to. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If my martial arts could be so easily deduced, I would have been long dead. You are far from being able to fight me. Jun Dingtian laughed. Let's stop reminiscing about the past. Now let me send you to hell. Boom! Terrifying pneuma rushed out of Jun Dingtian's body, turning into many sword qis. These sword qis actually turned into 3,000 3,000 sword principles, and each sword chi had a completely different power. It was terrifying. One sword principle incarnation of him was equivalent to having 3,000 incarnations. Although it was not that terrifying, it was enough to show the horror of the 3,000 sword principles. Yi Shiwen, are you familiar with this? My 3,000 sword principles have become more complete. Ha ha ha! I will let you truly understand the gap between you and the gods. Jun Dingtian laughed, his whole body exuding an unimaginable and terrifying power, as if he was a god descending to the world. At this moment, he became the only representative of the sword principles in the world, evolving into countless branches of the sword principles. The martial arts were endless, like the stars in the sky, endless. This was the truth of the martial arts, the supreme, and this truth was fully reflected by Jun Dingtian. 3,000 sword principles. What a powerful martial principle. Even among deities, it's a powerful existence. It's impossible that I haven't heard of it. Could it be that he's the reincarnation of a supreme being from ancient times? In a certain space, a powerful being's expression changed slightly. The truly amazing thing about the 3,000 sword Daos was that he was actually able to evolve 3,000 great Daos with just a mere sword Daos. They had endless variations and evolved into a true, supreme, heavenly Tao that belonged to the sword Daos. Once he succeeded, he would truly be invincible and invincible. Even if he didn't succeed, being able to achieve this was already unparalleled. The fact that he dared to do this was already earth-shattering. Such a tyrannical existence should also be famous among the gods. But even they could not guess Jun Dingtian's origin. But they did not dare to say that at their level, they would definitely know everything in this world. Amazing! Jun Dingtian is really not far from proving his way with his awakening. It won't be long before he can truly awaken and prove his way again. This time, Yi Shiwen will be in danger. This is a lost technique that is superior to many other martial arts. Even I feel that my martial arts will greatly improve after seeing it. Not to mention, how can Yi Shiwen possibly block it? That's right. Chapter 2206. Almost all of these mighty figures were proficient in martial arts. The 3,000 sword principles were a great inspiration to them. One could imagine how powerful the 3,000 sword principles were. But he's also a lunatic. He wants to transform the 3,000 great ways with the sword principles. If he doesn't succeed, he'll never be able to cross over to the other side of the great ways. The Flame Master's eyes were sharp as he pointed out all of this. To him, this wasn't something that he couldn't understand at all. It was a terrifying great way and a terrifying realm that surpassed many other martial arts. Just think about it. Once this martial Tao reached great accomplishment, any sword chi would be like a boundless great Tao. How terrifying would that be? 3,000 sword principles. Yi Shiwen's face was cold, but he didn't have the slightest doubt or fear. He had been waiting for the 3,000 sword principles. He had a deep impression of the 3,000 sword principles from the previous confrontation. If it wasn't for his superb recovery ability that allowed him to hold on until the moment his 3,000 sword principles exhausted his energy, he would have been the one dead. At the same time, he knew very well how terrifying the 3,000 sword principles were. This was Jun Dingtian's true trump card. Yi Shiwen hadn't seen his 3,000 sword principles, so he knew that Jun Dingtian hadn't used his full strength. Compared to the first time they fought, Jun Dingtian's strength was more than 100 times stronger. If Yi Shiwen had met the current Jun Dingtian back then, he wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move and would have been completely annihilated. His 3,000 sword principles had also become even more complete. The previous time was already extremely terrifying, but this time around, it was the most terrifying of all. That's right, it's the 3,000 sword principles. It's a pity that I couldn't kill you back then. Now, I'm already at the peak of the demigod realm. All the sword principles have surrendered to me and have to listen to my command. Jun Dingtian stood in the sky. Countless sword principles gushed out from beneath his feet, forming a huge long river of sword principles. The terrifying aura suppressed all the laws around him. There was no room for resistance in the face of the 3,000 sword principles. It had become a world of sword principles. Yi Shiwen also felt that the sword principle in his body had an impulse to move. It almost flew out and joined the endless river of sword principle. He was shocked. His swordsmanship was already at the peak, but he was still affected by Jun Dingtian. Jun Dingtian's 3,000 swordsmanship was too terrifying. He had no choice but to completely suppress and seal his sword principle incarnation to prevent it from being affected by Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles. If it was an ordinary martial artist who cultivated the sword Dao, he would definitely be suppressed to the point of suffering. He would not be able to fight back at all. However, he was different. He still had his fist Dao incarnation and saber Dao incarnation. Without any hesitation, Yi Shiwen integrated the fist Dao incarnation and the saber Dao incarnation on the spot. Boom! Boom! Yi Shiwen's aura burst out twice. His strength had increased exponentially in one go. So strong, Yi Shiwen can actually resist the suppression of 3,000 sword principles. So powerful. These 3,000 sword Daos are actually able to stir up the sword Daos in my body and make them want to fly out. This is simply the Emperor of Swords, the Sword Emperor. How can his swordsmanship be so strong? Almost all the sword principles that I can think of can be found in his 3,000 sword principles. There's no other possibility. He is almost the nemesis of all swordsmen. I'm afraid no swordsman can cultivate so many sword principles at the same time. There is no way to compete with him. But what's more terrifying is that even though Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship has been suppressed, his strength isn't the slightest bit inferior. Even we can feel those two earth-shattering auras from outside the arena. Youngsters nowadays are getting more and more terrifying and ferocious. I have never even heard of the many martial arts they use. Even with my profound knowledge, I don't have the slightest understanding of the 3,000 sword principles. And Yi Shiwen's People Dao Fist is a legendary fist technique. Even if it's only an incomplete version, it's already terrifying enough. Yi Shiwen, you can actually forcibly suppress the sword principles in your body. You really have great perseverance. Among all the people I have seen, there is almost no one who can compete with you. Jun Dingtian had a look of pity on his face. Originally, he wanted to use 3,000 sword principles to forcibly pull out the sword principles in Yi Shiwen's body and devour it. He knew that Yi Shiwen's sword principles were very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to condense the sword principle incarnation. If he could devour it, his sword principles from 10 years ago would be further improved. It was even possible for him to prove his sword principles countless years earlier. That's nothing. Your 3,000 sword principles are really good, but you are still far from being able to defeat me. The real vitality in Yi Shiwen's body continued to expand. The observing person scripture continued to operate, and his body evolved into a cosmic battlefield. You are courting death. You are indeed a peerless genius, but no matter what, you have only cultivated for a few hundred years. As my memory slowly awakens, more and more abilities are awakened. The gap between you and I will only get bigger and bigger. Deities have cultivated and inherited for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. It is not something you can understand, Jun Dingtian said coldly. As he said that, he did not give Yi Shiwen any chance to breathe. He grabbed a long sword with his big hand and crossed the sky. It turned into a shocking sword light and slashed down. This shocking sword light was surrounded by 3,000 sword principles. It was like 3,000 shadows covering the surroundings and slashing down on Yi Shiwen with amazing power. How could he not see that Yi Shiwen's sword principles had been restrained? He only had 3 incarnations in total, which was equivalent to a third of his strength being restrained. This was a good opportunity. This sword of his shrouded directly, no matter who was at the peak of the myth realm, he would be completely strangled. Tyrant body scripture. Yi Shiwen shouted. Hundreds of bones opened all over his body, and a stream of golden divinity rushed out, covering the surface of his body, raising his defense to the extreme. In the face of such an attack, Yi Shiwen, who could not really play to the peak of his combat power, did not dare to hold back. In one breath, he used the tyrant body scripture. His strength was more than a little stronger. Human Dao Fist. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and in one breath he directly blasted out. Endless power of the mortal world turned into countless talismans. These talismans constructed an incomparably huge world and pressed down on Jun Dingtian. These talismans were transformed from the power of the mortal world, and each of them had the infinite power of the world's blessing rushing over. Boom! Under the blessing of the terrifying power of the mortal world and the tyrant golden body, Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch and blocked the bombardment of the 3,000 sword principles. In the void, the power of both sides crazily rushed out. On one side, there were the 3,000 sword Daos, and each sword chi was a brand new sword Dao. On the other side, there was the 3,000 feet of secular world, which contained unimaginable power. Under the stimulation of the fist force, it exploded with the strongest power. Boom! That terrible energy swept out and turned into countless huge explosions, forming a huge mushroom cloud, slowly rising. It's useless. You don't have to be so stubborn. Jun Dingtian raised his finger and directly pinched a sword art. The sword chi was like a poisonous dragon coming out of a cave in midair, forming a monstrous sword net, covering everything to destroy everything. Yi Shiwen was as still as a pine tree and as steady as a mountain. His arms constantly blasted out powerful human Dao fist, directly smashing the sword chi in the void, unable to get close to his body at all. His fist force had reached the point of perfection, and it could be said to be exceptionally perfect, not something ordinary people could imagine. Even Jun Dingtian's 3,000 sword principles could not shake Yi Shiwen's defense. Bang! 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 He kept waving his fists and smashed the long swords that were flying towards him. Then he moved, step by step, towards Jun Dingtian. He wanted to get close to Jun Dingtian and kill him with his bare hands. Although Jun Dingtian's strength was stronger than his, he did not believe that Jun Dingtian's physical body was also so terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen directly rushed to the front of Jun Dingtian, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and directly blasted out a punch. Countless chi directly collided and then exploded. In an instant, the whole universe collapsed. This virtual world could not accommodate the terrifying combat power of both sides. Both sides did not hold back at all, knowing that at this point it was no longer possible for them to hold back even if they wanted to. Jun Dingtian, surprisingly, did not retreat, but also attacked Yi Shiwen step by step, without the slightest cowardice or retreat. Bang! 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 As they got closer and closer, the combat power of both sides became more intense, and the collision became more intense. This was simply beyond the battle of demigods. At the same time as they fought more and more, Yi Shiwen comprehended more and more of the 3,000 sword principles, and gradually deduced the mysteries of his 3,000 sword principles. As the mysteries of the 3,000 sword principles were slowly unraveled by him, it became easier to suppress the sword principles in his body, because the principles were already understood, and the rest was not a problem at all. Bang! Suddenly, in Yi Shiwen's body, a sword essence broke through the obstacles and directly flew out, going straight to Jun Dingtian. Ha ha ha! Yi Shiwen, now your sword principle incarnation is going to be taken by me. What else do you have to say? Jun Dingtian laughed loudly. Are you sure that's yours? That's a sword that wants to kill you." Yi Shiwen pinched his fingers into a sword art and the sword essence that had already rushed out under his control, directly slashed at Jun Dingtian.